the Facebook, the LinkedIn, and the Twitter. On the YouTube channel, please give us a thumbs up. You got to subscribe. You have to have a Gmail account to do that. So please make sure you subscribe. Give us thumbs up. Thumbs downs aren't allowed. And also make comments is very important. So any comments that you make are highly appreciated. It really helps us in continuing to maintain our great relationship with YouTube. And also the bell notification, click that so you can get notifications of when we're going to be doing programs. Now on to our websites. We have two websites that are specific to perfusion. There's perfweb.us, which houses our schedule. And you go there to find out what programs we have coming forward. It's kind of like our calendar of events. Then you have perfusioneducation.com, which is a site you can actually join. Membership is completely free, doesn't cost you anything. In fact, all of our educational programs have always been completely free to watch, learn, and participate. I think it's one of the things that makes us unique in the education space, if you will. Now, if you need CEUs, ABCP Category 1 CEU, certainly you do have to pay for that. It helps us. We have to pay the fees to get the CEUs. And, of course, it really helps to keep these lights on. You can contact us at contact@perfusioneducation.com. That website or that email address goes to myself and some other members of the team. So you are more than welcome to email us any suggestions, thoughts, comments. If you'd like to join our faculty within the PerfWeb education departments, please reach out to us there. Or if you're even having problems with the website, there's a lot of ways to contact us, but that probably is the best way to do that. Would really like for you to just contact us because you want to be part of our faculty. It continues to expand, and it has been fantastic. I'm very happy with how these programs have all evolved over the past couple of years. We have a call-in number, which is 832-239-5358. You can call and be live on the air when you see that symbol. Now, today we're going to be doing something a little different. We're going to be introducing and I know it's not the Journal Club, but we've been talking about this for some time, and actually the idea was given to me by John Ingram, who you'll meet maybe a little bit later on. He's one of our panelists, a huge supporter and participant in the PerfWeb program. Actually, between him and Tammy, there's no way I could do this, so I appreciate them so much. But he came up with the idea of the Tammy Sparicino Journal Club. I'm sorry, that was Tammy's idea. The Tammy Sparicino Journal Club Casino. There, I finally spit it all out. And we have something really fun today. If you call in and ask a question, she will spin the wheel, and we're going to do it 2 times. After Dr. Kravitsky is finished, and we're going to do it the second time at the end of the program with Tammy herself. Our MediWeb app, I really suggest you go check this out. I'm not going to demonstrate it today, but you can find it on the Google Store. In fact, Dr. Kravitsky, Mindy, if you guys don't already have this app, you need to get this app. So Dr. Kravitsky, please pay attention to this. Very important. Magic will show you how to get it. It's the critical care app for perfusionists. And I'm trying to sell 1 million of them at $2.99 each so that I can retire. I've been trying to do that for quite some time now. And we're going to be doing updates on that here soon. But it has a perfusion section, an ECMO section, a hemodynamics section, clinical calculators, an IV calculator for nurses. And there's actually a separate app for that you can buy independently. If you have a wife that's a nurse that needs that, could use it, or a husband that's a nurse that could use that, and a conversion section. So that's it for that. Podcasts, we're on all the podcast channels, Podbeam, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify. Anywhere you listen to podcasts, you will find us. And just look for PerfWeb. And you can listen to us in the car on your way to work. You can listen to us while you're mowing the lawn. You can listen to us whenever you really want to. So now what we're going to do, so let me just ask the guys, how are we doing as far as our ability to show those videos? We're good? We got thumbs ups? Okay, so why don't we do this? Let's put the overlay screen on. I'm going to get Dr. Kravitsky and the indomitable Min Tran, who's going to be talking about ventilators today, which is I'm really excited about. I took a look at his slides this morning, and they're outstanding. I think we're going to learn a lot. So if you give me just 2 or 3 minutes, I'll get Dr. Kravitsky and Min up here. I'll introduce you to them, and then also to John Ingram, who's coming in via Skype. And I believe Tammy and Dr. Duvall will both be here also. We're just so busy, and because we all have clinical practices, and it's just, but you know, we get through it. That's the end of the day. This is a live show, and I want to stress that. We make it through somehow, and it's going to be great, and I'm glad you all are here. I want to thank everybody. So let's go to the overlay screen. Let me get everybody up at the desk and get them situated. And welcome back, everyone. Let me introduce you to our panel today. First up is going to be Dr. Nikolai Kravitsky. He holds a PhD and a Doctor of Science He is the chief scientist and vice president of our R&D of Transonic Systems Incorporated in Ithaca, New York. You come to us via Moscow. You are an incredibly learned flow measuring and validation expert by your background. Very interesting young man. I still believe he's younger than me, and I think that you taught us how to drink vodka the Moscow way. So I'll never quite be the same after having experienced that, and maybe one day you could do that. Now, I probably just left off a whole bunch of things, but if you could maybe just summarize some additional things about yourself that you would like to highlight for our audience.
Okay. So just to clarify, I now live in Ithaca, New York. It's upstate New York. And I came from Moscow, it's true. So all my education was in Moscow. So during my life, I do three things. I invent things. So I have like 40 patents, or 50, I don't know. And I publish the paper, like 40 or 50 papers. And also I do presentations.
Very good. And
right?
You have a lot of fun
exactly.
in flow measurement and validation. Flow validation and flow measurement.
Mostly what I do, I create new technology, and validation is do other people. As soon as you do your own validation, nobody will trust you, you know. So
I understand.
I'll let other people validate, you know.
I understand that very much. And then we have Min Tran, immediately to the right of Dr. Kravitsky, Nikolai, if I may.
Yeah.
And Min is a perfusionist, came from the Texas Heart Institute, been a perfusionist now for 12 to 14 years, 13 years, almost about to be 43 years old. It's coming up very close.
Very close.
And Min is going to be talking to us today. He used to be a respiratory therapist before he went and got his perfusion training. And so, you know, one of the things that I've always been worried about, and that my understanding, I understand how a ventilator works fundamentally, but there's so many different nuances to it, especially now when we're dealing with this COVID ARDS like syndrome with very non-compliant lungs, and how to protect the lungs but still get some contribution from them. But what do all these pressures mean? What are all these settings and the I&E ratios? I understand it, but how do you tweak it? And those are things I think that we all need to be better at, because we're spending so much time in the critical care unit. So I'm very much looking forward to hearing your lecture. But Min did this while helping his lovely wife, his lovely wife through the freeze. She runs a veterinary clinic, you know, trying to not let the animals freeze to death, getting generators, a flat tire, multiple ECMO shifts, and everything else. So, but you made it, and you're here, and I think we're going to have a great conversation with you. And then now we're waiting for Tammy, and I believe Dr. Duvall. They're both running a little late, as I said. We had some emergencies overnight. With us also coming from Skype is John Ingram. Everybody knows John Ingram from our programs. John is a huge part of the PerfWeb programs. He does the bi-monthly. Is it bi-monthly if it's twice a month? Yeah, bi-monthly. John Ingram's Knowledge Nuggets, and we have one coming up, I think, next week, and then we're going to be putting out the schedule for the rest of the year. I talked with Matt Warhoover. He's doing a DCD, a donation after cardiac death case, and he's traveling, so he's going to not be able to make it today because of that work and transplants. But he's also preparing for his Vanderbilt Faculty Forum, Vanderbilt Medical Center, Department of Cardiovascular Surgery Faculty Forum. And then Tammy Sparicino, of course, we all know Tammy. And Tammy has to get here because we're going to be spinning the wheel. We're going to be introducing the Tammy Sparicino Journal Club Casino wheel, and you can win some really cool prizes. But you have to call in and ask a question. You have to do, those are the rules. And if nobody does, I'm going to win all the prizes. So I have no problem with that because there's some pretty cool prizes. So with that said, I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Nikolai Kravitsky, and the floor is yours, kind sir.
Okay, so I told you I live in Ithaca, New York. We have a beautiful waterfalls there. This is one of them. And if you long time look at the waterfall, you really understand that flow is the most important thing in our life. Your flow, heart flow, brain flow. So I spend all my life mostly working with the flow. And I'll try to speak slowly because I have a kind of my English American style with Russian accent. So I try to do slow that people understand. And you can slow me down if I speed up.
Absolutely. And you have some great YouTube videos, by the way. I've watched several of them and really enjoyed them.
Oh, they hold me to slow down, Nikolai. You know, it's okay, so I'll talk about ELSA monitor. It's the first monitor that can measure a couple parameters during VA and VA ECMO. And one of them is the recirculation. So I'll talk about technology, how we do it, and also some clinical relevance. And now I try to do it right. Yes. So ELSA, it's an extracorporeal life support assurance. This is a device that's produced by Transonic. So there are three options that ELSA can do. ELSA can work on neonatal, adults. There's no any limitation by the age. And I'll focus this presentation about recirculation during VV ECMO. We'll use in ELSA flow dilution technology. There are two paths. One is measuring the flow. One is using dilution technique. And they combine here. Transit time is known long ago, like maybe 30, 35 years. Our president first, I think, introduced it in biomedical business. It's a clamp-on sensors. And other companies also produce them. So everybody familiar with this technology, transit time technology, that measures flow. So what I introduced in 1995, I introduced the dilution technique using the same sensors, because these sensors also shoot ultrasound in and out the tubing. So ultrasound velocity depends on the concentration of proteins in the blood. So usually it's maybe 50 and 80 meters per second for blood, but it may vary depending on hemoglobins and the proteins. But if you inject normal saline, it is 50, 33 meters per second, you can produce dilution curve. And this is the same concept, like all these dilution techniques do the same thing. They introduce indicator that different from the blood. It may be cold, maybe dye, here normal saline, that is convenient. And you produce dilution curve and use all the benefits of dilution method known like 100 years to analyze the clinical data of the patient. So in the side 95, I introduced it for dialysis field. There are many full papers published, clinical, about using ultrasound dilution technology. Okay, we'll talk about recirculation theory. So what is recirculation in VV ECMO? Recirculation is the ratio of the blood that returned fast compared to how much blood we deliver. It's part of it, right? So let me just try to do this. Yeah. So you see here, it's a ratio of return blood to introduced blood. Or if you have indicator mixes the blood, so it matches the blood. So again, indicator that come back to introduce. And to do it with indicator dilution method, you just measure the area. So this is red curve you inject into the patient. Blue line is how much it's coming back. Or at all, it may not come back. It doesn't have no recirculation. So this is simple concept, and the ratio of the areas will give you recirculation. Very simple, 1 minute, easy, and let's go. So now you inject saline. You see saline is moving through oxygenator, coming to the arterial sensor, produce dilution curve, then come back. You see this point moving, to venous, and second curve. So you have it. So you do injection. Usually the best place is between oxygenator and the pump. There's positive pressure, no potential danger of sucking bubbles. The shape of injection really doesn't matter. Should be nice bolus. How much you inject doesn't matter because you have a ratio. You see, this is the ratio between arterial venous area, and it gives you recirculation, it gives you the flow, and it also gives you effective cardiac flow. This is actually the flow that's going into the heart from your ECMO, not 640, not 640, 320 only. It's a big recirculation. And we'll talk about effective cardiac flow a little bit later, but this is kind of how this technology works. There are many publications in dialysis, in ECMO, more than 100 papers. Adjusting is considered to be the gold standard of technology, and it's simple to do. Okay, let's move. So, recirculation measurement, how it can help you. There are three things. First, it can optimize cannula catheter position for the best treatment delivery. This is the most used one. Everybody knows how to do it. We'll talk about it a little bit. Second, optimizing ECMO flow, the best treatment. Okay, here what you say, you have a flow, is it the best treatment? Do you need to go up or down? Okay, and the third one that is not really well explored. Recirculation can help you identify low cardiac output, either because cardiac failure or hypovolemic status. And this is not really well used, and I'll focus on it in my next slides. But first start with optimization catheter. So optimizing catheter cannula position for the best treatment delivery. Okay, so this is a simple graph. So this is the first measurement of recirculation, and this gives you high recirculation. Then you rotate the catheter, move it, whatever you want to do, right? You sync it. Then it goes smaller, 30% only here, right? Then you continue, and then going up, and you continue going up. So you choose for position, you say, oh, by the way, the second one was the best. You put your catheter in this position and go with this. And this is your recirculation curve. This is injection. You can see injection, how you do. This is the coming in, is coming out. There are multiple publications of using this technology in the field. This is from Holland, from Maastricht. It's a quantification of recirculation as an adjunct to thoracic electrocardiography for optimization of Dewey lumen extracorporeal life support. So they use this technology to optimize position of the catheter. I like to pay attention. So the same catheter or cannulas, the same position can produce you 2% or 40 or 30. It all depends how you put it in. So because you can do every minute one measurement, you can really pick up the best position practically even without echo, right? But echo illustrates how you can do it, right? This is another publication from Charité, it's Berlin Hospital. They use optimization of the catheter to improve oxygen delivery in 10-year-old patient. So there's some schematic here. You can look at this publication. They moved the catheter in and out. They provide the structure, X-ray where the catheter is. But most importantly for us, look, they have a 3 liters flow. And actual delivery, what is really matters, only 600 something. They move the catheter, different flow, better delivery, but tiny. So when they optimize the catheter, they have a smaller flow, but much better delivery. So and this is what only matters. ACV, what it really matters. And they did 3 measurements, and they give you 22, 25, 26% recirculation and effective flow. I'd like to mention one thing. When you do ideally, you need to do at least a couple of injections. All dilution techniques ask you to do 1-2 injections. Why it is? You know, the if you look at how recirculation happened, right? Patient is breathing, right? And breathing may change the circulation because it reconsiders the incoming flow. It may be positive pressure breathing. So the breathing cycle can produce some variability. So it's better to couple injection to be sure that you know your recirculation. Don't expect it to be all time exactly the same. It may vary a little bit. Okay, so what we'll have like a summary here, right? Summary. If initial circulation more than 20% at a prescribed ECMO flow that you look from the guidelines, try to rotate the catheter, move cannula, and maybe you find the best position. More than 20% is quite high, and I'll explain you later why I think so. And one more thing, if during the course of treatment recirculation increased by more than 10% at the same flow, try to improve positioning. So this is a technology, take 1 minute, right? You come next day, in 2 days and 3 days, and see how your circulation progresses. It's maybe very important. In one way, cannula can move, and you can always fix it, okay? The second will be optimizing ECMO flow for the best treatment delivery. And this is, people not really often do it. Let me show you. First, we talk about effective cardiac flow. Effective cardiac flow is how much blood is going to the heart from ECMO machine. In very simple formula, you can calculate it if you know recirculation, you do injection, and there's also on the screen of ELSA monitor these values, right? So this is the main thing, not the flow of ECMO. This is number one thing, especially for VV ECMO, of course, right? You need to know this thing. And this is a simple example. This patient, oops, just a second. Yeah. Here, 3 liters flow, no recirculation, whatever you inject delivered, and see there's no any sign of recirculation, no blue line. You can see it by your eyes on the screen, right? Then you go up to near 5 liters, you have recirculation, 23%. And then you go to 6 liters and you have a 32%. See, look what's happened here. You have 3 liters, you have, but effective flow not really follow up what you do, right? So it slows down. So you go up and up, and it slows down, right? So what will happen? This is what's happening. You have ECMO flow here, and this is effective cardiac flow here, right? So in the beginning, everything the same, whatever flow is, whatever going to the patient. Then the circulation starts. And you can still increase. You can add a little bit like of saturation, go 1 unit up. But what happened on this situation? You add 2 liters of pump flow and only 500 ml per minute actually going to the patient. So you really need to think, do you want to overrun this thing with for maybe 1-2 units of saturation while running extra 2-3 liters of flow in this area? So when you just have your patient, just go see what effective flow, as soon as it slows down, think, do you really want to go up? Okay, so this is simple kind of suggestion of how you can use this technology, optimizing delivery.
And the reason for that, of course, is the more you're flowing, the higher your pressures, the more blood trauma can occur, and there's a variety of different reasons why you want to try to get the most bang for your buck, so to speak.
Yeah, go
as an American
small
term.
flow, but the best delivery.
Yes.
Right, exactly.
Hey, Joe, can I chime in one quick thing? Hey, Joe?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, so I've had conversations with even cardiac surgeons, ECMO surgeons, about the possibility that you can, what we call, overflow your cannula. And I was told, no, there's no such thing. And he just demonstrated a perfect truth about the fact that you can, what we call, overflow your cannula, which means while you just keep increasing your RPMs, is not necessarily going to result in an increased flow to the patient. And you hit on some of the reasons, but one of the reasons is that you start causing so much increased turbulence, depending on the size of the cannula, depending on the position, and depending on the anatomy of the patient, to where that increased RPM is now forcing overall flow to go down that cannula, but that doesn't mean it's going to result in going down the right atrium where you want it, because now you're over-pressurizing, overflowing what the capabilities of the anatomy and the cannula is. And I've never seen anybody demonstrate it before. I've only read about it, but I think that was an incredible illustration that Dr. Krasinski just gave. I just want to point that out.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I agree completely with you. I think it, to me, in my simple little brain, it makes intuitive sense that when you have higher negative pressure, because as you turn that pump flow up, you're generating a more negative pressure, and so there's more of an opportunity for it to get caught into that loop because of path of least resistance and a variety of other factors. So I mean, I think intuitively it makes sense to me. So I don't even understand, John, how anybody that's working in your place can't just, to me it seems intuitive to me. Does it not to you?
It makes sense because, I mean, the initial access point, the origin of the circulation of the whole loop of the ECMO starts with access, right, from the negative side where we're pulling from the patient. So if you increase that negative pressure, you're obviously going to vent or suck more from what we're returning to the patient.
And at the same time, especially if you have the double cannulation technique, you're pulling harder and you're pushing faster. So the jetting across, if you're going from, if you have the femoral and right IJ, is a lot more opportunity for that to happen.
And then depending, like you said, depending on the positions of it, I mean, if they're in an optimal position and just increasing the flow like we saw in the graph, the initial flow setting when it was low, there was no recirculation. Then you go to the second tier, they started to recirculate more, and then as you increase the RPMs and more, then they even increase the recirculation even more.
Even more, exactly. Exactly. Good question, John.
Good point, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, as a summary, observation of effective cardiac flow at different ECMO flows can help to optimize treatment delivery. What I'm saying is this is not really very often used to my knowledge. It's only 1 minute, go, and make the best, okay? The best delivery.
We use it routinely. We have actually, and I don't know how far you are on this particular topic. I don't want to keep interrupting you. So let me let you get through this, and I'll talk more about that, because I have some questions.
Yes. And the third topic is identification of cardiac failure and or hypovolemic status. Now we'll talk about vital signs. Okay, so we need to understand that whatever you have a flow here, very nice flow, it can only go into the heart if heart ready to take it. If cardiac output is only 4 liters, right, this guy don't allow anymore, you can run here 5 liters, 6, 7, good luck, I'm sorry. You can run here whatever you want, it will not go in, because heart don't take it. So the heart is a main, and we'll talk about later a little bit now, main regulator how much your circulation will be, in addition to position of the catheter. So as soon as you more than 20% with high probability, it's not the cannula position. It may be, but maybe heart is not really ready to take it, right? So cardiac output may be low by a couple of reasons. Let's see what's happened. Oops, sorry. Oops, just why it is going down? How I can put it back. Oops, yes. Okay. This is a publication from the Charité Hospital. And what they did, they have a pulmonary probe. It's a VV ECMO, large pigs, very large, 90 kilo. And they put PA probe on the pulmonary artery and measure cardiac output directly. And then they change the ECMO flow in relationship to the cardiac output. So this scale is the ratio of ECMO flow to the cardiac output. At this moment, it's 100%. Pump flow have the same flow than the cardiac output. Okay, understood. So let's see what's happened. This is recirculation measurement by transonic. And they increase, there is no recirculation, a little bit, some kind of small signs. And then When you go closer to the cardiac output, like 60–50% is going up and up and up and up, because cardiac output is close to the ECMO flow, and you have always recirculation here, always, and at least 20%. So when you talk about you see 20%, it may be cannula position, but maybe you're already close to the cardiac output, right?
And that's a real problem with VV ECMO, which we're going to address, because frequently and most of the time we do not have a Swan-Ganz catheter in or something of that, pulmonary artery catheter where we can measure, or the pulse contour. Now we don't have a method for measuring cardiac output.
I'll talk this about both your beautiful methods, okay, in my presentation. Okay, so what we know, the recirculation up, maybe cardiac output is close to the ECMO flow, and maybe two reasons, maybe hypovolemic patient, no fluid, low preload, or heart failure. We know about it, right? Heart failure. Okay. This is the same study. This is exactly about pulmonary thermodilution. Again, same thing. You have the flow going, ECMO going up, and this is this green. It is the flow in pulmonary artery by flow prof. You see, you go up, and cardiac output didn't change much. Near 4 liters in this peak, right? And there are many of them. Look what thermodilution measure to you. When you go up and down, thermodilution give you 4 or 5 liters. So suddenly, thermodilution overestimates in liters, in 6 liters cardiac. Why? Very simple. If you use classic thermodilution pulmonary artery, you inject saline. This saline will be sucked by the pump. So it will not go through. So you kind of lose the indicator. So this is why I'm sorry to tell you that thermodilution methods may be not accurate in VV ECMO, and same actually for VI ECMO. So be very careful. Maybe this continues with the injection of temperature catheter better, but cold injection may fail you. So it's not only one publication about this. So using this Swan-Ganz catheter, good luck. You may really overestimate dramatically. It's not about 5–10%. Talk about 2 times, right? So this is about. So there's not really nice method to measure cardiac output on VV ECMO. We'll talk about in next session. So be aware. Okay. And again, I mentioned that high recirculation may be due to the heart problem. And this is a tiny, small 10-patient pilot study from Charité. So this is a graph. This is a recirculation measurement. Let me just do it. Yes. Okay. Yes. It's a recirculation measurement, right? And this is a 2 groups. It's a very tiny study. This right heart failure, and this is no failure. And you see, when you have right heart failure, the recirculation may be high. Again, it may be also hypovolemia. We don't know, but this is kind of say that high recirculation, be aware. Okay, this is also from Charité Hospital in Berlin. Okay, and this is couple experiment. This is from Children National from Washington, D.C. The 2 animals, a neonatal model. And this is the 2 animals, same size, same catheter, same prescribed flow. Look, one animal have 46%, one nothing, 5%. So why? Yes, we'll find out. Because they have a different cardiac output. So this animal, the first one have 0.600 mils, and this have 1 liter. Big difference. It's small animal, right? And this one have recirculation. I'm sorry. This kind of. Okay. Okay. Let me be sure I'm okay. Yes. And this is the one kind of very clinical example. I was some years ago in Colorado in a hospital, and I was so in the very beginning demonstrating this technology, and we came to OR. So what was happening, there was a transplant patient that waiting for transplantation of lungs. and he have 2 cannulas, and it was, you know, annoying, and they want to move him to Avalon catheter. Okay. So in the surgery, we measure circulation. Patient, it's a surgery, you know. Patient was on the table. We measure circulation. It was 41%. So from 5.5 liters, only 3 liters going to the patient. Very large circulation. And they actually didn't believe it, of course. And they tried to move. They need to parallel surgery, put Avalon. Nothing happened. They can't do anything. They find out patient is hypovolemic. They need to give fluid. And when they give him fluid, they finally succeeded on in a moving. You can't stop it. You need to have both, and then one disappeared. Then finally have Avalon catheter with better volume status. And what we see now, okay, so now flow was 5.5, now it's smaller, but delivery 4 liters, and it was 3. So this is a simple example. It was definitely low cardiac output, but it was because of the volume status of the patient. So this is 2 issues you need to consider when you measure circulation, and if it's on the high end. It's a summary about this data. So if initially circulation more than 20% at prescribed flow, examine the cannula positioning. And if it didn't help, examine cardiac and volume status. So something is going on. If during VVF, I don't know why it's kind of some samples here, the treatment recirculation increases more than 10%, you can do the same thing. So what's important here to understand? You may see decrease of recirculation. People sometimes call me, you know, we have a decrease of recirculation. When sedation is going down, something is wrong. No, he became better. You know, his cardiac output gone up, volume gone up. It may disappear. That doesn't need to go up. It may go down. So, but this is a very good sign. If it go down, you may cardiac output. Maybe it was caused by cardiac output. It's improved. So don't expect it goes always up and go down. But anyway, this is 2 things you need to do to kind of control recirculation measurement and routinely measure them when you patient, especially if you get transplant patient, it may take months, by the way. Okay, this is saying this is another ECMO waterfall in Cornell University, very beautiful, a lot of flow. So this all for this presentation.
This was in 2003?
Yes.
Does it still have water?
Yes. But much less people can absorb because you need to have masks, less students on the campus.
Yes.
Yeah. But important, the Cornell University have a super program for the students, and they come. They're all learning in person still.
Mm-hmm. Well, what I would like to do, if you're okay with this,
yes, of course,
is I would like to, because in deference to, I know you have to go to the airport, and when the phone lines start to open and people start to ask questions, being that I do this program a lot, we end up not getting through everybody's lectures.
Sure.
So because you're kind of going 1, 2,
Right.
3, and I really want a lot of discussions, we can always go back to the slides. I'd like to press on and go to your next set of slides, and then come back and address both of these issues if it's okay with you. Does that seem like it's reasonable to you too? You think so? John, what are your thoughts? You're muted. We can't hear you.
Yeah, I think so, because it's easy to run long once you start with the discussions, and if he's on a time frame.
I agree. Let's do that. Because I want to be in deference to your time, and I know how crazy it gets around here, where all of a sudden you're not able to do anything. So let's go to your next presentation. You can come up, Tams. And your next presentation.
OXBV.
I'm going to have you here next, right here. OXBV, yeah, because they're kind of related, right?
Yeah.
It's the same monitor.
Yeah.
We have a caller? Sure. Have them call in. Yeah, let's not open the phone lines yet, David. But they're here now, so go ahead and put them on. Hello, you're on the air. Hello? I'm trying. Hello? Hello? Why don't you take them on the phone and see if it works, make sure they're there. Or did they hang up? Okay, ask them to call back. We're going to move on with Dr. Kravitsky's next talk. Just ask them to call back. Go ahead.
Okay, so next presentation, I have 3. This is the second one. Oxygenator blood volume measurement by ELSA monitor. Again, methodology, clinical relevance, and pitfalls. It's always something nature fights you always. Okay. Again, if people heard the previous talk, it's same technology. This is the flow measurement. This is the dilution measurement. You inject normal saline, you produce dilution curve. And we already talked about, I don't want to spend time on it anymore. Okay. In 1998, I introduced new method to measure fiber band volume in hemodialysis, and theory and validation. And at that time, it was very important to see dialyzer clots in dialysis, because the dialyzers were refurbished. They have the same patient used multiple times, so things happening. Now I hope they have a single use, but at that time, it was more complicated, so I introduced this theory, and this theory was very simple. So what you do, you put sensor before and after dialyzer, and you inject normal saline going here, and the larger dialyzer, the longer it is traveling and show up here. So theoretically, it's a fundamental dilution. The volume that is between injection and recording is flow, and mean transit time, how long it takes, time. So you can look here. This is the injection curve. This is the curve after dialyzer. It became spread. And you measure this time, multiplying the flow, I have a volume. Easy. And dialysis is a slow process. It takes 25 seconds to go through. And the volume is actually 100 mils of dialyzer. In ECMO, it may be 200, but the flow is 10 times larger. The process is very fast, not as easy. Okay. But anyway, I introduced it at that time. So theory, how you can measure volumes. And these volumes we measure also in hemodynamics. If you want to measure volume of heart and lungs, you inject indicator here, record it here. Same thing here. See what's happening. So you inject indicator. This is your injection. 0 time. Then it's going. And again, the larger the volume, the longer it travels. It's obvious. Then it show up here as a dilution curve, right? So it's a mean transit time. This is the same formula. What's very important to know? It's tricky, but it's simple. So if your flow is going down, you decrease the flow. Then it will longer travel. Or vice versa. So if your flow is going up, it will travel faster. If the flow is going down, right, then it goes. So what's happened is this up, this will down. So it should be theoretically independent from the pump flow. So if you're winning the patient and you go from 4 liters to 2 liters, I don't know what will happen with your pressure gradient, but volume should be the same, right? The same volume, didn't go away. Maybe a little bit different, depends how you perfuse. There's also an idea of how this saline perfuse it. So it may be a little bit different. We'll talk about this later. So there's some differences in oxygenators, and we'll talk about this later a little bit, but this is the theory, right? So you do injection here, right? And this, I think, start moving, I think, right? Is it moving? Yes, see?
Yes.
This indicator is moving, going, this moment of injection, right? And then it show up here. This is your curve. This is your measurement, right? This is you again inject same place, and you can measure the volume, right? And again, volume is different between times, or 0 time, how long it takes to travel. Very simple theory.
So is it, I don't mean to interrupt you, but is it
Sure, of
measuring
course.
both when it first sees it and then how long it takes until it doesn't see it anymore? So, or is it just when you first see it?
Yeah, so what's happening here? Yeah, I'll show you. Let me, okay, so this is the moment of your injection, you see? And I need to know it, right? Somehow, I'll tell you how. And then it travels through oxygen and show up here. So I need to have this time difference. This is what I'm looking for, okay? And then I multiply it on the pump flow automatically, okay? You done answer the question? It's how long it takes to travel between injection and recording. And it measures volume that in between, okay? So it is theoretically measure this volume, oxygenate, and this piece of tubing.
So again, I don't mean to belabor the point,
Sure,
but I
sure,
really
okay.
want everybody that's in the
Yes,
audience
of
to
course.
understand it. And I'm probably the only one in the audience that's not understanding it.
Yeah.
So go back to your red curve, and
Yes.
I see your line.
Yeah, this is the
The injection site, yes, but go to the red curve.
Yes.
The curve.
It's a dilution curve
This
that
one
produces
right here.
bacterial cells.
Yes, go to this one,
Yes.
and you see the vertical line, the
Yes.
solid line.
Right.
So it's the injection point to there. But
Yeah.
what about the part of the curve before and after? What is that relevant to? Anything?
Okay. Yeah, of course, very much.
Yes, that's
Good
what I'm
question.
trying to understand is why
Good
did you
question.
why are you picking where that white line is?
Right. So, as always in oxygenator and in human being, every perfusion organ have fast pass and slow pass. So if this first its appearance of indicator, this is a fast pass through oxygenator. Saline go wow. But then there is a pathway and a pathway and a pathway. This is why the curve is not like this, it's spread, right? Same thing is, it's a very interesting information here, especially if you do it in organs, right? There is always long pathways, right? And they may clot actually, you know what? So this, the deviation from the mean really give you how you perfuse. Okay. So why you choose this? This is a mathematical calculation. It is a mean transit time. It's average within this time.
So
Okay.
it's the mean of the area under the entire curve.
It's a double integral of this curve that give you average time of travel.
Gotcha.
Because you're right. Do you take beginning and where you take it?
Yeah.
So mathematically, it's somewhere in between, and you need to calculate it by double integrals.
Very good.
Okay, but question, because we'll come to later about this. Okay. Okay, so how you know that you injected? How do I know?
Yeah.
This is the raw data of the arterial and venous flow. You see, during injection, you change the flow. So as soon as you do injection in the ECMO, you need to accommodate it. So what will happen? You slow down flow from the patient, and you increase flow into the patient. And if I increase the size of it, you can see it. So this is a bump in arterial flow. You push it. And this is a venous flow, slows down. You take less from the patient. And I use this kind of signs on the flow curve to get the moment. Okay, and then your dilution curve is here. Okay.
Wow.
So how do you know?
It's incredible.
Yeah,
That is really deep.
yeah,
That's
so,
really deep.
But it's a trouble also. I'll tell you why. Okay, so and this is what I told you. This is the kind of the curve of noisy here. You see, it's it's like I say 5 liters flow. Then you see some spike of 130, very tiny, practically a couple percent. So it's very not easy to get it right. So, but we need to do it, right? And actually, the distribution of in and out tell you where resistance of the patient is, right? If you have a clotted oxygenator, it will slow down more. You don't go forward. But it's a different story. There's always some fun in all this data. Anyway, so I think we know what's happening here, right? It's clear. And now I'll show you the pitfalls. So if you want to measure something by dilution, not exactly about this particular method, you need to inject fast and smooth. And this is example, actually from Italy. So this is a measurement of oxygenator blood volume. And this is a flow. See this green thing? It's injection. See this injection?
Yeah.
It takes like 4, 5, 6 seconds, even more. Look at this injection. Bam, then operator say, okay, let me think about it. Oh, I continue. You know what? If you want to do measurement this way, I give you the message, okay? Check sensor positioning or make smooth shot injection. You really need to kind of watch out, right? So the reason I do all these messages because I don't want the customer to count on it, right? Look at this injection, right? Beautiful, nice injection, green line, and you have a good flow, no messages. I say, okay. You know, in some cases you can do both. In VV ECMO, you can measure circulation and oxygenator volume simultaneously, right? But this is a normal injection. So what I do, I always give I analyze the shape and I give a message. And they need to repeat, have reliable data. And look, these two measurements, they're consecutive. So if you do kind of funny injection, you have like OXB 128 and 193, not reproducible. This is why I warn you, just want to do fast, nice injection.
So may I interrupt for a second?
Sure.
If I'm looking at the graft, to know I have a good injection, my green line should be prior to my curve, not overlapping, and it should be
very
quick.
nice. Yeah, and very nice.
Yeah,
It's
up, down.
beautiful,
Very
beautiful,
smooth,
right?
Yeah.
sharp
Also,
edges.
usually, you know, I can't rely on operator. I don't want him to judge. I tell him a message. I'll analyze this curve, is too
Yeah.
long, many bumps,
Yes.
get out, because this is my responsibility. I have archive of maybe 6, 7, maybe more, thousands of curves. So I analyze them, I need to give a message.
Okay.
Okay, because I can't rely, the operator don't need to think, well, is good or bad. No, you need to redo it.
So it will
Really-
tell you if it senses.
Exactly.
But just for information's sake, the bottom one, good injections look similar to that one.
Yeah, you see nice, beautiful guy. And this is very easy because it's not a patient in its oxygenator. You can inject fast. Nothing wrong. You have a 5 liters flow and you inject your speed maybe a couple hundred mils. But I need to know because, you know, I need to know the time.
So we do 20 mLs.
Yeah,
we
okay.
only do adults.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can do
And-
30, 20. It doesn't matter actually. You know, you need to have a nice bolus.
So,
Okay.
and that's what we do. We start applying pressure to the syringe,
You do fast.
and as soon as the stopcock is turned, we
Right.
already have pressure. It goes in about
Yes.
like that.
Exactly. Don't
Yeah.
think about something
Right,
nice
don't
in your life.
don't hitch it.
Yeah,
don't,
yeah.
Don't
The medicine
Don't
you can
think
think
about
about.
anything.
don't
is-
go backwards then
Yeah,
forward and backwards
yeah,
and
yeah,
forward.
Or
yeah.
even just slow. Remember when
Yeah.
I was learning, I was trying to be so steady that
Yeah.
I was too slow.
Right.
Yeah.
And it will tell you usually, because I control it. Again, you bet, especially in the beginning, just it's your baseline, then you give you percentage of it. Make it couple injections, see that they're cool one, then there's a choice to make it as an initial, right? So,
Right.
for example, the operator, let me do this, operator, do this initial. So you have some initial flow, then everything became a percent, right? So it's 4% down, a little bit down, right? Okay. As I mentioned before, it's usually nothing is ideal. You have some piece of tubing before you inject, and the sensor is far from the oxygenator, right? So the device don't know. It knows that injection was here, recording here. But there's also maybe tubing volume, post, prayer. Maybe it's a small, you don't really care. But if you want to eliminate it, you need to put priming volume. So what I do, I give a kind of option. Just put priming volume, it's subtracted automatically. But what's very important, extremely, this is a standalone device, can be moved from patient to patient. And then you come in next day to the patient, and where did I put my sensors? And as soon as you put sensors, your volume change. So suddenly yourself introduce some errors. Device don't know. I'm sitting in Ithaca, New York. I don't know. Nobody knows, right? So if you want to monitor volume and you have one device for many patients, you can move it around. You put some tape on the tubing that you speak all the time. You know, because you put some inconsistency, then nobody knows. Because we give you a trend. I'll show you. That is only trend you can ask what's happened, why volume gone up.
Yeah.
And volume actually can go up. I can tell you one thing.
Oh.
What I observe, when you have a very fresh oxygenator, you put sensor, you measure OXBV, 200. Oh, you come in half a day, 220, 230, you say, what a miracle. It's going up, should clot, no? I suspect, I think, it's very difficult to prove, that in the beginning, it's warmed up, this kind of fibers adjust themselves, you know what I mean? And maybe perfusion became a little bit better. but not much, a little bit. So don't be surprised if suddenly it's going a little bit up, right? Maybe you can choose this as the initial level. If you come to not fresh one, you may not see it, but the very fresh and very beginning, you see may increase. It's how it perfused, how blood flows. Okay. You can also measure this thing with the different flows. So flows may be different. So you really need to kind of choose correctly how to do the measurement, where the sensor is, when the flow is, because kind of be sure that your technology will not fail you if you do multiple. So the sensor always should be immediately after oxygenator. There is an instruction on the screen. Some people use bridges, especially in the children.
I just wrote that. I just had that as a thing.
So what is it? You just need to choose the right point. If you put it here after bridge, I don't know what you measure. Nobody knows. If you put it here, I again don't know what you measure. Maybe for position. This needs to be immediately after, and here is immediately after. This is the correct position. And again, I see it because I see this flow. Venous flow show me one flow, arterial show different flow. They have a different flows. I see it. I mean, system see it. So this, if you use bridge, put it immediately after oxygenator. Okay.
We'll discuss that.
Yeah.
Okay. Super. Okay. I do some clinical observations, right? It's a trending data. And the only thing I brought it here that you expect it to be independent of the flow. So if you look here, this is the flow they change during, it's a pediatric, right? Pediatric. So flow going up and down by different reasons. Look what OXBV. It didn't know that flow change. It's mostly, unfortunately, slowly going down. Not really reacts on the ECMO flow change. So this is very important. It's not like a pressure going up and down. You expect to be quite reproducible even for small flows, right? Yeah. So I'll better come to this. Something about tolerance. I already mentioned that small initial kind of measurement may be a little bit larger. And again, you don't when you do multiple measurement every, let's say, day or 2 times a day, depends. Don't expect it to be dead. Maybe 200, maybe it will be 205, or maybe it will be 295. Don't expect it to be dead. Nothing. Every technology have a tolerance. What you're looking for, big changes, 10% down. With the 2-3% up and down, not really a big deal. So this is kind of, don't expect something miracle. It's all measurements have a tolerance. And I like to kind of explain you one thing. There is a very popular cardiac health device, and they have a special oxygenator. Unfortunately, fortunately for them, there's only one injection port there. And this injection port located on the oxygenator, you know what I mean? And in strange position. And we find in the field that sometimes the value that you get is smaller than you expect. You expect some primary volume, right? So we did a special kind of small research, and then I like to show you things. And we locate arterial sensors in the same place, but do injection in different place. One is in it, like they have this port, and another is before. This usually don't exist in the cardiac health. So the perfusionists make it for bench experiment, special injection port. And let's see what's happening. It also, you can kind of have a good feeling how we actually measure volume, right? So so this is the injection into the oxygenator. I think also include the pump, the way they do it, right? And no, this one, no, on oxygenator. This may include the pump a little bit. And this is an injection before. So the saline will go in, and come here. So it's like a classic measurement. And this is something in the middle of it, right? Okay, so I need help from to play the video. So this is injection of dye in saline. So it's just pure observation. See what's happening. This is the injection into this port that is on oxygenator, something kind of not regular. It's what it's provide. See? This is how dye moves and perfuses. And I can tell you it's not really very well perfused everything. It's something in the middle.
I
And this
did see
part
it.
is it not really,
Incredible.
don't really see. Let's just,
Can I ask
the
you-
next one will be nice.
I want to ask you a question.
Yes,
Now, you've been studying the human body for a long time, right?
yes, I do.
How many things in the human body that you know of that either propel or transport blood are square?
Yeah, you're right.
How many?
No, nothing.
Nothing. Okay, go ahead. I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
He loves that point, by the way.
So let's look again at the second injection, compare dye perfusion and pre-pump port. Okay, next one. We'll just discuss them. Yeah, next one.
New video.
New video.
I just have one. I just hooked one.
Oh,
We have to get them. So let's take a short break
Yeah.
and let's get them.
Yeah, we have to
Let's
get the
go
other
to
video.
the screen. We're going to show all of the videos. So let's go to the overlay screen. We're going to be back in just 1 minute. So don't go anywhere. Just stay where you are. We're just going to get a video transported over to one computer versus the. Or actually, we could just talk. Can we talk while you're doing it?
Yes, I just need a video.
Okay.
It's on the memory stick.
yes, it's same file. Just next.
The same
How
file.
many
the
are
same,
there?
The same, like three, at least 1, 2 more will be good enough. It's next slide.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's it.
Yeah. So we'll do that. So while they're doing that, we can just talk. John, do you have anything you want to ask?
Well, I thought it was fascinating that the oxygenator volume expands 3 to 5% in a short period of time, a few hours after you go on and start using the device. I don't think anybody has given that much thought. I've never heard of that, have you?
You know what? This is my hypothesis. I see it quite often. It's going a lot. You know why? I see it in dialyzers also.
I
in
can
the
imagine
dialysis.
those fibers are
Right.
pliable, and if you
Possibly.
apply pressure to
Possibly.
them, you know, they're occupying space, and then because we don't use center flow. Now you do in dialyzers, which could expand it out, but we use reverse flow, right, in our oxygenators, so it's going around the fiber bundle, and if you have enough pressure, I could see where you could perhaps collapse some of the fiber bundle, and that would increase the space that's available.
Maybe. I just don't know. I see it continuously, and this is my own explanation. Maybe some another one. Actually, it's very difficult to measure volume. If, let's say, you want to validate, you put some saline there, you take it out, you wait. It's very difficult.
Yes.
When I was
Yeah.
validating this technology, perfusionists injected Vaseline. 10 mils
Vaseline?
Vaseline. Yeah.
Oh,
10
Into
mil
the-
of Vaseline. What? How? It's a.
Into the patient?
No, it's on the bench.
Oh.
Sorry.
It
When you
works.
validate.
Oxygenator.
Not
Okay.
yet. Sorry.
I'm so sorry.
That's
What?
how they do it.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Joe, yeah, I think under the pressure, you know, it's sitting on the shelf and you start to use it. Now you apply, you know, a couple hundred or more millimeters of mercury of pressure through the oxygenator. I think that give it a couple hours, it is likely it's somewhat pliable and it's going to stretch a little bit. Now you have an increased volume. I think that's how I would think is going on. But the other thing I wanted to point out was that Dr. Dubinsky, has the company ever thought about? You talked about the way to inject and the proper way to inject. And of course, now you're introducing user error possibly with the injection, and you showed how you could have very very wide results if it's not injected correctly. It sounds kind of like a trivial question, but has the company ever offered or thought about having a little automated injection device where you put a 20 cc syringe into a device and then it injects it perfectly for you every time?
We actually don't have it, but actually as soon as the operator knows, it can be easy injected. I give you exaggeration, people do, but normally, if you teach them right, they do. I'm not really. It may be a little bit wide or long. It should be just kind of consistent without up and down.
You want it smooth and quick.
Yeah,
And,
yeah,
and it's
yeah.
it's not difficult to do if you
Right.
just do it a few times.
Right.
We have a caller, and do we have the video?
We have a video, we have a caller.
Okay, let's do the caller first. So, hello and welcome. You're on the show.
Hey Joe, this is Kip LeBlanc down in the New Orleans area.
Hey.
On the North Shore.
Hey, how you doing, bud?
Pretty good, man. Just watching you guys and watching the rain this morning.
That sounds great to me. I think we have some here too. So, what's your question? Pink.
Like in your tie.
I don't.
Anti-pink?
I don't wear pink.
You got the blue.
He's wearing
you got
something
the
that
blue
we
memo, though,
complement
right?
each
That's
other.
not pink.
But it's a color that
That's not
complements
pink.
pink.
That's not pink.
This is best what I have.
That's
Yeah.
not pink.
It's nice
Okay.
though.
Okay, I think, are we back? Do I,
Yeah, we're back. Sorry, but yeah, one time we were down like 10 minutes.
Was it raining when you came?
It's definitely gonna storm.
It was gloomy, but it didn't start raining.
Yeah,
for
it
me.
was sprinkling, but it looked very dark. And it's so cold.
It is cold.
you guys talk amongst yourselves.
Okay.
You're flying out. To,
Sorry?
And,
You're flying out.
is this
Yeah, I'm
yours?
flying
Is this yours?
to
This-
Moscow.
Oh, that's mine.
This yours, okay.
I'm flying to Moscow. Hope. Yeah.
Well, hopefully the weather doesn't.
Yeah. How
deter-
how long will that flight be?
Just talk to everybody. Okay,
Nine.
Oh, are we on air?
Yeah, but talk to everybody while you're talking to him. You can talk to him about how long the flight is. Just do it with no
Welcome back, everyone. Sorry, we have a little
Yeah.
bit of bad weather going on here, so we lost our feed. So we are back right now. Joe will be back momentarily, so we're just going to pause a minute while we
Right.
get everything reloaded. So
Yes. Okay, yeah, I'm flying to Moscow from. It's 3 o'clock.
at 3 o'clock, and it's a very long flight.
9 hours to Amsterdam and then a couple hours from Amsterdam.
Oh, I see. Well, we're not doing anything that exciting today.
No.
Maybe we have to take the show on the road and go over there
Go to
one time.
Moscow.
and do
That'd be
a show.
great. Yeah.
Right.
I
Do
am
over there.
always interested in being on the travel team.
Absolutely. Count me in.
Yeah. I'm going to find a way to get to Australia too.
Oh, there you
So
go.
if you're in Australia and you're watching, please invite us.
Yeah, but if you come to Australia, I don't know if you know, you need to quarantine yourself for 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's true. You have to
Sorry
quarantine
about
for 2
this.
weeks.
So maybe we'll go to Australia a little bit later.
How's
I don't
Moscow?
think I'll get two weeks off for that.
Right. There's
Is-
special hotels there.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. That's
Really?
They just take you from airport, bring you in, close you up, stay 2 weeks.
Wow.
My son lives in Australia, that's why.
So you know.
I know very well. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like in Amsterdam though you don't have that problem.
Yeah.
They don't do that to you in Amsterdam. it
Uh,
sounds like, huh?
Oh, really?
I'm passing. You need to show that you have, COVID test.
Ah.
You want to take
Oh yeah, I'll take it. Hi, thank you for calling in. You're on the show. What's your name?
Mike Brown.
I'm sorry?
Mike Brown.
Oh, hey, Mike
Hey, Mike.
Brown. Good
How are you,
morning.
Mr. Brown?
We've got Mike Brown on the
Hey,
phone.
Mike Brown, what's your question, sir?
Oh, it's kind of a crazy morning. I'm with an ECMO patient right
Uh-oh, I think we lost the...
now. Dr. Trubisky's talking and everything. Real quickly on this, listening to the first part of it, there seems to me that there's never an absolute good delivery of ECMO blood into the cannula. There's always some level of recirculation and
Hey, Mike, Mike,
thinking and studying, and also,
Mike,
yeah.
Mike, you need to call in on a,
Yeah.
you need to call in on a landline phone.
You're breaking up a little bit.
We can't, we only hear
Okay.
every other third word.
Okay, let me get on one and I'll give you a call back. Hold on.
Thanks, bud. Okay,
Thanks,
so
Mike.
let's go forward with your
Okay,
video.
Now we have this second injection, 4 liters
You gotta love
per
live.
minute. And we do injection. So let's do injection. Now we do injection before oxygenator, like a regular between
Okay. Yeah.
the. Yeah. Okay. So you'll see what's happening. Okay, this is going ahead. We do injection. See, it's going in. Look, you see how
Much
it
better.
perfused? Nice, good
Much
perfuse.
better.
Better.
And
Much
this
better.
is where you measure because you need to perfuse everything. You know, you can't,
Corner
you know.
still didn't look that good to
Yeah,
me.
but it was much better than the first.
It was
course,
much
better than
better
this.
than the
Right.
first
Much more
one.
laminate.
If you can go next, if you have next one, we can. If not, we can move
Yes, let's go to the next one.
And this is a 4 liters, so you increase the pump flow, and at top, and now you again inject into oxygenator if it's available.
Okay. Did we get the next video up as well, Magic? I don't see a play button.
Okay. So if not, then what I can talk
No,
about.
we're gonna have it.
Yeah, because the videos are.
Second, it's a third video?
Yes,
Yeah.
there's lots of
Lord
videos.
have mercy.
I don't know, just if somebody tell me.
He
what-
did.
He did.
He did.
Okay, so can I?
Okay, so we have somebody on the phone.
Yes,
Mike
Mike.
Brown.
Okay, we'll take Mike while we're doing
Hey,
this.
Mike.
Hey, good morning, everyone. How
Good
you
morning,
doing?
Mike.
Great.
Much better.
Can you hear me good this time?
Yes.
Very well.
Loud and clear.
Okay, quick two-part question here. Obviously, with the first part of your presentation, by the way, I'm really enjoying it. Very, very informative. It seems that obviously with VV ECMO, as opposed to maybe VA ECMO, that you never get 100% inlet into the cannula for blood. In other words, there's always some level of recirculation, some percentage. Is that definitely true? And if so, what would be an appropriate level that we could pretty much get by with and know that any other manipulations would try just to pretty much just chasing our tail and we couldn't get any better? Is that threshold maybe 20% or lower?
First, I'd like to address the first part of your question. You may have zero recirculation. Many patients. You may have like, let's say you have a cardiac output of, let's say, 5 liters. 2-3 liters should go without any recirculation, zero. And you know, in this device, you look at your screen, you see a red line and no blue line. So you can see there's nothing coming back, right? So you may have zero. So ideally, you have zero. When I mentioned 20%, I meant that, let's say you have a good cannula position and you may go up and down, but as soon as you go close to the cardiac output, you always have recirculation. So what does it mean? If you look at the guidelines or this red book about how to choose your ECMO flow for this patient, they do by weight, by kilo. The way they choose, if you go like 80% of the cardiac output or like supposedly cardiac output, you may already have small recirculation. If it's more than 20% according to this animal peak data, it maybe mean that you're close to the cardiac output or still cannula. But anyway, to answer your question, when they see more than 20%, we need to give it a try. No risk, you can do measurement every minute. You move catheter, not helping. And if it grows 30, 40%, it's never positioning. I mean, unless it's very weird, you'll fix it. As soon as you fix position and you have a 30%, it definitely cardiac output, at least what data suggests.
Oh.
So
Right,
you can
you're
go to
flowing too high
zero,
then.
you go to effective flow.
Yes, your cardiac output's too low.
Oh, right,
You're
right.
flowing over your cardiac
Cardiac
output.
output.
because
Ideally-
Or
as he-
close.
or close to it, because as
Yeah.
you said,
Yeah.
if you're theoretically, if your cardiac output is 3 and you're flowing 5 liters with the ECMO, 2 liters are going to come back no matter what you do.
Right,
Even
that's
more.
what I mean. So
Yeah.
if you reach that, if you have a 30-40% and
Right.
your cannula's in the perfect position, you need to go down on your ECMO flow because
Right.
you're overflowing.
Yeah, and
Right?
again, it's not
Yes.
exactly when before. It starts before, like a 70% of the cardiac output, you already see the circulation.
Well, it's not overflowing.
No, even
You're
small.
just recirculating more. In other words, so let me make sure I understand it, because I think
Right.
I do.
Right.
Okay.
If your cardiac output, let's say, is compromised, depressed, it's 2.5 liters, and you're flowing 5 liters on your ECMO, you're going to have 50% recirculation because only 2.5 liters of whatever you do is going to go that direction. This is, of course, assuming proper cannula position, right?
Okay.
If you turn your flow down, you will reduce the amount of recirculation, but it doesn't make by a percentage because you're just flowing less, but you're not going to increase your effective ECMO flow because your effective ECMO flow is going to be limited by the depressed cardiac output.
Okay, well, when I say
Correct.
overflowing, what I mean is you're not providing any more flow to the
No
patient.
more additional benefit.
Right, so there's no reason to flow that high because assuming it's, like 4 liters is where you need to be and you're flowing 5.5, there's no reason to have those higher RPMs and require additional volume from your patient if you're not giving additional output.
And blood trauma and
all of
everything
those
else.
things. That's
Yes.
what I mean by overflowing.
However, where it becomes a sticky wicket is how you would have to assume that, right, Mike? You would have to assume you have a depressed cardiac output. You really don't know if you're not measuring the cardiac output.
Well,
and that's where I start having, we can infer it, but how do you prove it?
Well, I think he's saying if
I
you
give
had
you
the
animal data
Yeah,
and
well-
human data.
I'm
I
waiting.
showed it to you.
And if you have the ELSA meter, the monitor, then you're going to be able to see if your cannula is perfect, your recirculation is extremely high, you turn down your flow, your recirculation goes down to an acceptable level.
That's a great inference. Yes, you can
Yeah.
infer a lot from that data.
But
I
it's an
agree with you.
educated inference. You're not just guessing.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
Correct. I agree with you. Yes, that's a good way of, like, sort of
Making sense
but
of it.
again, it's not a direct measurement, and
Right.
you're going to have to convince people of this.
Yeah.
And that's when you're
Right.
talking with some of these surgeons and intensivists, Mike, that's kind of hard to convince them of anything.
Yeah, because sometimes they just want to
Right.
flow, flow, flow.
Yeah, turn the flow up.
Right.
Doesn't
That
matter.
always makes it better.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can get 2-3 saturation units for the cost of extra 2 liters, so you don't really need.
Because the
Right.
saturation will be the same level.
Yeah, you go
know,
up a
at
little, but
that-
then stays at 1.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You max out for
So
sure.
ideally with the patient with a normal, competent cardiac output, you want the ECMO flow to be at least 80%.
Right.
Right,
Ideally, so
80%.
you're not causing any recirculation.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think-
Right, so
Mike,
the
go
other-
ahead.
The other thing is, I think what Dr. Ritzy's saying is that you can get up to 70-80% flow on your ECMO, 70 or 80% of the cardiac output, but it sounds like you cannot 100% support the patient, because if you try to flow exactly the cardiac output, you're going to end up with a 10 or 15 or maybe or so percent recirculation. You can't actually capture 100%. Is that true, Doctor?
So what's happening?
We can continue. We
You
have time.
you you,
Okay.
defi- you,
Videos, we have everything.
Okay.
you definitely can't give more oxygenated blood to the patient than his cardiac output, right? So as soon as you have low cardiac output, you're in trouble anyway, right?
Right.
So for me, it's kind of diagnostic. You just bring your ECMO machine, see something is not right. See, because we always look for the saturation, but saturation only good if you deliver it. Right? If a good cardiac output could deliver, have a like 95% saturation, right? But low cardiac output. So what does this 95% do for you if you don't really supply enough?
Enough
So-
perfusion. I think that's what you were
Yeah,
saying.
that's what I'm saying.
You were just saying that this
Yep.
is a way to essentially, in our mind, to us prove
Mm-hmm.
that the problem is likely low cardiac output
Right.
syndrome.
Right.
I think that's the point. Mike, did you have some more comments, sir?
Just a little bit of a follow-up. This machine is wonderful. We've been able to use a form of it in the institution that I'm working at today. For those places, though, that aren't lucky enough to have something like this that they can measure, and we've seen that with COVID, that places that used to do very few ECMOs did many, many more, especially VAs with COVID being around. And those places that did some, their numbers have obviously increased. But without the machines, what are some small clinical signs that we can look at for those folks out there that may not do a lot of ECMO work? We can look at to gauge whether or not we are having a relative amount of recirculation through our cannula.
Is your question, is there another device?
No, I think he says
Or
if you
another-
don't
not
have a
another
device.
Oh, if you
just
don't
some-
have a
just
device.
some, things without the having a device, what are some things that
Yeah.
clinicians can look at to try to find out whether or not they're having a fair amount of recirculation?
Ah.
People look usually at the color of the
Well,
blood.
I was going to
Yes.
say you can always. I mean, what I before I heard of this device, if we thought that was going on, we would draw a sample from the venous side coming directly from the patient and try to get an idea if it was an elevated SpO2.
Right.
Yeah.
But I've been tricked a lot of times by that technique. And I'll tell you why, Mike. That's a very good point, because you can, a lot of places actually have that as a sensor and measure it. And it may be good as trending, but
It's a trender.
if your cardiac output is going up, your and you don't know it's super high, and you're only flowing 4 liters of ECMO, but you have a cardiac output of 8 liters and you have limited to no lung contribution, now you're running into this issue of you have a hyperdynamic low extraction state, so your SVO2 may in fact go up, but it doesn't necessarily mean that things are really better.
And that was going to be my next question. Ideally, if you have a hyperdynamic heart, then do you actually need to increase your ECMO flow to get it to that 80% threshold?
Add a cannula.
To meet?
Yeah, you need to add.
Right?
Sometimes you have to add a cannula, and that's what these things I think do. I do have some questions about the bridge. Mike, did we answer that question?
Yeah. I think, I was throwing it in there based upon things we looked at, and Tammy alluded to that. You can also look at the actual cannula itself, and you can see the turbulence in there. Sometimes that you can tell a little bit by that. You can tell by the relative colors of the AVO2 difference between the lines. If they're both low, you've got a real bad problem. If they're both high, you probably got a recirculation in there. Those are just some other little things that we looked at to try to ascertain that without having a monitor.
What do you think of that? You may as well
the
address it.
SVO2 on the cardio-help is measuring the SVO2 of the line coming back. That tells you, I guess you probably already knew that, Mike, but the SVO2 on the cardio-help line is not an SVO2 of the patient. It's an SVO2 of the patient mixed with how much mixing you have right there going on in your DV
I think that's his
So you
point.
have to compare that with the actual venous blood gas that Tammy was mentioning to compare the two. It's complicated, but it's not complicated because you have to go through those.
That's what I was actually leading up to, is you draw a blood gas from the line coming back on the venous side, and then you draw one from the patient, and you can compare the two as well.
Where do you draw it from?
Okay.
What do you mean?
Where do you draw your venous line for your venous flow from?
Pre-oxygenator?
No, but you draw it there, but then you want to draw it from the patient. From where? Pulmonary artery, right atrium? Higher than the cannula site, innominate vein? Where are you going to pull it from?
Well, you stick them, and you pull
Stick
it from.
them where?
Well, in the right side.
Okay.
I
don't want to get stuck.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
I'll
We
address
have more
this issue
videos.
in my third lecture. I'll talk about this.
Mike, we're going to spin the wheel for you after
Okay.
Dr. Kravitsky, because you called in and had some great comments and questions. So you're going to be the first on the spin
What
of the
about
wheel.
Kip?
You Kip?
No, he only complimented our program. That
Oh,
wasn't.
he has to
that's
have a
not.
question?
That's not good enough. I'm
Kip,
sorry.
call back
Kip,
with a question.
I love you, Kip,
Yeah,
but
Kip.
no, that ain't gonna fly. It's Mike Brown. Mike, just make sure you stay tuned in. You find out what you win.
Okay.
Okay.
So let's do
I'm just glad my questions created a lot of good discussion up there. That's what I was hoping it would do.
It
Thank
sure did.
you.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Mike.
Okay, so I already forgot what's all about. We'll see. But now it's injection into the oxygenator. Let's do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank
you, Mike.
Great job and a great program.
And this
You
is
too.
Ed Darling from Syracuse University's Medical Center, perfusionist. Ed Darling, controlling stuff. Yeah. See, you don't perfuse well.
Yeah,
No.
This is the problem with cardiac help. If you do injection in the port, we can't guarantee. If you have a clot in this place, you'll find out, of course. But clots happen there, so this is why it's a limitation of technology.
corners.
And what is it? It's the next one. I think it's already been. The same. Okay, yeah. You do have next one. Let's go to next one. If not,
And it is mainly just
yeah.
because
And I will do it only last one. This is with the blood, and again injection in blood. A little bit different. It's more viscous.
Yeah.
So saline not exactly represent. See,
See? Yep.
Oh, yeah.
same thing.
Yeah.
And then I think we already done. I think. Yeah.
And this
Can
is
you
just.
explain explain exactly what's going on there? I'm not sure I caught why is that flow pattern happening like that?
So let me answer the question. Now I'll go with my, I think it's good enough. I think you'll enjoy. So this is a graph. Can I put my graph there on my screen? Can
Oh,
I?
yeah. Oh, do we need to reshare?
Yeah. Yeah.
There we go.
Super. So what's happening? We have from the field information that when they use this cardiac help device, the volume of oxygenator is smaller than should be, right? So we did this experiment to find out. So if you look here, this is the OXBV volume. This is the different flows, right? It is a bench study. So what we see that if you inject into oxygenate, it's only about cardiac help, right? So we see that the 150 mil priming volume we see, while if you inject before, it's add also the pump. This pump will be included. So the actual volume is there. So this is a limitation of this technology, but the reason I brought it, so we can do volume measurement, but they need to be different injection port. I just also want to show you how it's perfused, how things are not as easy and complicated, what we measure.
So can you go back to that, because I just got a question online. Somebody said, okay, I didn't see where that injection was. Please try to explain this again.
Yes, sure.
And because I don't want people to believe that that's just the flow pattern of that oxygenator. They need to understand when you're using your technology, the ELSA meter, that you don't want to inject it directly into the cardio help. So let's make sure we explain it well.
So this is a two place to inject, right? So this is the port on oxygenator, just there already exists. It was
already exists.
Available with this oxygenator style.
Yes.
Here we put a special piece of tubing and make injection before oxygenator will come in.
You put a 3838 lower lock
And a
connector
pigtail.
and a pigtail.
Right.
Yeah.
And we compare them. So if you inject directly, you see not very nice perfusion of all oxygenate, only central part.
Let's show it again. So do each one of those videos again. So show the first video again. Okay. Try to play it. So tap the screen for him and try to play it. I don't
there
think
you
it's
go.
going to play. Try it. It's
We'll
black.
see, we'll see.
Yeah, it's showing like it's playing something, but nothing's happening.
It's not playing. Can you just play the video? Okay. Leave that alone.
Okay,
Stop, please.
we stopped.
Thank you.
Oops, sorry.
No, you're okay. You didn't do
Yeah.
anything wrong.
Okay.
David's got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
The very first one.
Okay.
Okay.
So here injection done into oxygenator.
So this is the port that exists on the oxygenator itself,
Cardiac
not a
help.
connector.
Right. So you ideally like to see perfusion of all
Yes.
oxygenator. No, you only central area.
And again, that's right. And the differentiator here again is that that's not in that connector you put. That's directly into the oxygenator. This has nothing to do with the oxygenator being bad.
Yeah.
That's not its normal flow characteristics. It's just because where the injection
Location.
was.
The
origin
So
point
when you're
of the
doing
port.
your technology, you're cautioning people not to do
Exactly.
it this way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, because it doesn't have a complete
Right.
pathway through
Correct.
the oxygenator.
Right. Now let's go to the next
your
one.
post-pump pre-membrane by doing that.
Your post-pump pre-membrane?
Well,
Right.
it's right
Between
into
the pump and the
it's-
membrane by doing that. That's a high-pressure port.
Yeah.
That's at the top of
Right.
that oxygenator. That's a very high. That's pre-membrane brain. So you didn't go through the centrifugal pump at all. You went after the centrifugal pump
Correct.
and then into the membrane. So
Yes.
that's the
Correct.
junction there between
Yes.
the
Yes.
pump and the membrane is where it's going
Right.
in.
Yes.
Yeah. Second
Now-
injection now. Can you play? Now we do injection like a normally, but here in the construction also before pump and before oxygenate. So this is only location. And so we artificially put this location, right? So now we do injection.
And then you
And
see
now
it
we
makes
see
it
how
through.
it well perfused.
A
So now,
much
as-
different flow
Yeah.
pattern.
Well, so-
and as soon as you can only measure what you perfuse.
Right.
Right. So that
So-
would
So now-
give you very abnormal outcomes.
This is
the first
normal.
way. This will give you the ones that are
But you
valid.
need to account for the the pump, the
Yeah,
volume
at
of the
time,
pump.
at time,
Yeah.
maybe 20 mils.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the amount of volume between your injection port and the oxygen.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay, so let's go to the next video. And I think we showed this one, then the blood video.
We can-
This is, well, let's do this one again. So
The
this
blood
is
video was the
directly
one.
into the port again.
Yes.
Again, top of the oxygenator, not the line preceding it.
Right. And we played around with the flow. So
And you'll see the same
see-
thing.
So that has a higher flow?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
High flow even more kind of, because a low flow give a chance to.
streamlined.
Yeah, it almost
Diffuse.
narrowed it more.
Homogenize a little
Yeah.
more. And then the next one. And that's the blood one.
Yeah, in the blood it's a little bit difficult to see, so this is why.
And again, you're doing the dye directly into the
indirectly, yeah.
oxygenator.
You can see, again,
Oh, yeah,
see
see
it.
the
Dark.
blade,
Yeah.
You got dark?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
And then we have one more, I think.
right, I think so.
And this is in this again into the top.
Yeah, but it's we changed the I think the flow.
Change the flow.
Right.
Okay, I see
It's a
it.
little
Same
bit more
thing.
spread because
Oh.
flow is
Ah.
smaller.
Oh,
you
flow
see
is
much
lower.
better.
You lowered the flow.
Yes.
So this is why you don't really like it, because you should be independent on flow. So this is what the consequence of injection in kind of special pathway.
Understood.
This is limitation of this technique for this.
Got it. Do you have any other videos?
I think we're done.
Yeah.
You're done with the video? Okay.
Okay.
So now we'll go back to you. There you go.
Okay.
Can I say one more thing there, guys? Can I say one more thing? That port on that oxygenator, there where he's doing that, that's supposed to only be an air evacuation, an air removal port. So that's where air would collect. If you got some air in the system, it would collect at the top of the back of the oxygenator. And that's an air removal port. So it doesn't work well as an injection.
Right.
Well,
Exactly.
that very well.
Yeah.
Very
Exactly.
Yeah, in this particular type of oxygenator, John, that's what it does. In our system, we have a centrifugal pump, then we have a line that goes to the oxygenator, so it's not integrated, just like if you were using the Quadrox oxygenator with a separate pump. And we inject in that line between the pump head and the oxygenator about 20 cc's of volume separating the two. So
Well,
it does exactly the same thing,
I-
but it's high pressure as well.
But it's also important to note that because you're not supposed to cut anywhere into the cardio
Right.
help, it would be nice if that port that was available had, had a clear path or good diffusion, so that you don't have to alter the
circuit,
The
yes.
circuit, but his point is it does not.
Yes.
So you have to, if you want to use this and have an accurate measurement, you have to alter the circuit by putting the connector
Yeah.
in pre-pump oxygenator.
And I'm working now to solve the problem.
Yeah.
But it's not in radio device.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
how to solve the problem without intervening with the great cardiac help device.
Very good.
Okay.
Okay. So, 2 more slides and we're done with this topic. I just like give you an example of this, how people use it. This is a 18 days observation of the oxygenator clotting process. Right. So what we see here, just a second. So, I mean, you see sometimes it's going up and down. It's like within 5%. Don't really worry about it, But then on the, like I think, maybe I have comments here, right? So this is the same thing with some commentary. So you see, everything quite stable for the first few days. And then in this patient, immediate, guess what, in 1 day it clotted dramatically, like 70 mils of 250.
Wow.
So this how happened, right? And I don't know what they were doing there. Maybe they, changed something, maybe give heparin, I don't know. But for some days, again, for at least 1, 2, 3, 4 days, 5 days, it was stable, okay? And then it starts slowly going down. So what I want to say here, see, it's all depends on the oxygenator will clot, no doubt, it's going down. The question is how many days patient should stay on the ECMO. Maybe they plan to win him like next day. They can take a chance, not change anything, right? But if you plan to do 3-5 days, 4 days, then you better change now. So what I'm saying, there's no really guidelines for this technology as if it's 30% drop, you change. I just don't know. But it's only one logic, see how the process is going, right? And I see the process sometime next day, it's a big clot there. And sometimes it's going down slowly, like in the end. So it's all kind of personal decision. Maybe it's not enough data for these things, how to make decision. But this type is easy. If you have a neck tomorrow, you win the patient, say, okay, maybe I'll. But if a couple days, So this is how data can be used for now.
And because of this, you're measuring oxygenator blood volume, and
Right.
because it can't be filled with it's not going to be popcorn or styrofoam. The only thing that's going to occupy that space is going to be clot.
Exactly. There is no doubt. Okay, so again, it's there's my second lecture finished.
So I think we need to spin the wheel for Mike Brown.
Okay.
Okay.
We're going to spin the wheel for Mike Brown. Mike Brown, I hope you're watching. So we're going to spin the wheel before we get to
now
your...
he'll not listen to the third lecture then. He'll go away.
Oh, okay, we'll wait.
Joe,
See-
we'll
No.
wait because we need to bring something back.
Okay, we have
Okay.
to
I
spin
have
the
the
wheel.
third one, the most fun one.
We
Oh,
have
the
the
most
third one?
fun one.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
the
I'll
fun
have to
lecture.
get it for him. Okay, so let me
Okay.
get
It will be
your...
the fun lecture. It was so boring.
fun-
all this
these are
fun.
not
These are
boring.
not boring.
No, but anyway, this will be fun. At least for me.
Joe, I'm gonna use the restroom.
Yes, please. Do you need help? No.
Don't get weird.
Okay.
Should be what fun? This one.
Fun.
Uh-huh.
Oh, fun. It's actually called fun.
Uh-huh.
That's nice.
Okay.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay. So let me know when we can start.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll let Min use it. He's young. He's 43 years old. I don't think he has prostatitis yet.
Oh my gosh. Do you
Probably
want to look
okay.
this while we have downtime?
Yes. So why don't you talk?
Okay.
So how's the weather
Okay.
in Moscow right now?
Reasonable. I'm not sure, you never know. I go to Texas, people say it should be warm, I check internet, now there's a wind, storm. But I hope when I leave it will be back again.
Yeah.
So, maybe visit effect,
Yeah, maybe so. I don't know.
How's the weather in Orlando, John? Which one?
It's called PerfWeb Spring Conference.
It's beautiful.
And
75.
it's the one that looks
Overcast.
circuity.
Okay.
Not
Super.
I think it's that one.
Let's see.
Yeah, it should say strange out. Yeah. So will you have any time in Amsterdam, or you just pass through?
3 hours, 2 hours.
Yeah, so just in the airport, or you don't
The
even leave?
airport, no, I go out, it's a whole story.
Oh, it's like an ordeal.
Oh, yeah.
I hear him washing his hands.
But I already have one printout that I'm negative.
Oh, yeah. Are they requiring you to be vaccinated to travel?
No,
No.
no vaccination.
Yeah.
But you have to be tested
You have to be tested.
within 48 hours of your flight?
72 hours
72
Ah.
hours.
to arrival. And it's again, there's a different rule for if you go to United States and you have a change of the plane, it should be 72 hours before you enter the plane, because you can end up in the middle with delay and
Have lots of-
and
yeah.
then you're in trouble,
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
kind of.
Yeah.
So
Do
I
they make
tested
you-
I have a test in Houston. It take result take 1 hour. They give me
Are you flying Aeroloft or are you flying American or who?
Delta.
Delta.
And do you have to wear a mask the whole
Yes,
time you're on the flight?
Yeah, all time flight.
Oh, except when you eat or drink.
I don't know yet.
And you can take
Remember
it down very quickly.
Nikolai, just keep it all time,
Uh-huh.
Then you drill a hole.
Yeah.
Now, did you get vaccinated?
Of course.
You did. Oh, well, you say, of course. There's a lot of people who are not yet vaccinated.
But I will not travel, or
Yeah.
not vaccinated.
Yeah.
It's really kind of.
You're not
too
really at a
risky.
high-risk group. You're not. I'll tell you what. We have really experienced obesity as
I
really the number one thing. That if you have it and get COVID and have a bad reaction, if you have obesity, I think, John, you're seeing the same thing. You're in trouble.
Yeah, you're in trouble.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we're
Dr.
ready.
Novitsky.
Yeah. So I just I know it's so kind of difficult to hear same speaker so long time. It's like dancing with same partner all the time. So
Depends on how good the partner is.
yeah, you're right. But yeah, you're right. So let's have
I'm
some
trying.
fun with the law of the land, mass balance.
Okay.
All our ECMO thing, all our oxygen, it's all about mass balance, right? Let's see what's happening. Okay. This is a very primitive and simple for understanding the socket, right? Let me put my finger, So this is our oxygenator. Oxygenator produce red blood at 100%. It's going to the heart, going here. This 100% is 100%. So there is another part of the blood that coming from the vein, not oxygenated. It names have CVO2, right? And it's going into the lung, and maybe if lungs are working a little bit, it will be SLO2, a little bit better, right? Like say you have 50 here and maybe 70 here, depending on the lungs, right? So ideally, if you know SLO2 and it's going to 100%, patient recovered. And again, very important here to understand, I'm kind of mentally separate for two flows. One from ECMO, one from the rest of the organs, venous. I mean, in real life they mix, right? But for our analysis, let's keep them separate, okay? Okay.
And this is assuming the cardiac output is higher than your ECMO flow.
And it's for all the world. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
No.
Okay.
We'll go to it. Okay. Okay. Oops. Sorry. Okay. So this is a visual implementation of what I say. Don't worry, it will be still fun. Sorry about formulas. So this is oxygenated blood coming. This is effective flow. This is after recirculation fixed, right? This is the rest of the flow, cardiac output minus this flow. This is coming after lungs, right? And this is mixed here, and we see arterial saturation here. So once more, this is a simple mass balance. If you look at our arterial blood with arterial saturation multiplying the cardiac output, it's the sum of effective flow, good flow from ECMO with 100% saturation, and the rest of the flow, cardiac output minus this ECMO flow multiply on the post-lung saturation. Okay? So let me repeat, SLO2 is saturation of mixed venous blood not passed through oxygenate after lungs. Right? If some blood like 50 come after lung became 70. If it's 100, super. Okay? So this is a mass balance equation. No you, no me, nobody can intervene with this. This is the law of the land, right? Okay. So, and now we talk about technologies. Swan guns, flow track, some nice technology. Let's imagine that you have a great technology to measure cardiac output, right? Okay. Then what's happened? We take the same mass balance equation. We know cardiac output. Great news. We can measure arterial saturation. We have a pump measure flow, like with the circulation. We know cardiac output again. So we can calculate post-lung saturation. This is very cool. This is tell you how lung recovered. So as soon as you have like a VGLA or some device that measure cardiac output, based on a simple mass balance equation, you can measure the lung recovery, right? And this is simple mass balance, nothing miracle about it, right? Before we continue to the next slide, I'd like to address our discussion about pre-ox saturation. So if you have a patient that has recirculation, so his pre-ox saturation will be not true because it's contaminated with blood. There is a simple formula, this is it, that you can really calculate, isn't it? Calculate SVO2 that you're interested in from the SVOX. So if you have a pre-ox saturation, you put in this formula and you calculate what actually venous saturation is. It's not mixed venous, it's in the area of cannula, right? It's not really true. But you can know. Very simple with a simple formula. Okay?
So you take your saturation of your sample that would be pre-oxygenator,
Right.
and then you would subtract out your recirculation
Right.
percent,
Right.
divide it by 1 minus recirculation
Yeah.
over 100,
Right.
and you have your SVO2.
And we'll use this formula later.
Yeah.
So this is kind of for you to know. If you're curious and you have a transonic, you have a recirculation, you can find out what's the venous saturation. Like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got it.
Now, fun coming.
So much fun. I can't stand myself.
Okay.
I feel like I just landed in Disneyland.
And now I tell you what's happening. So, as I told you before, you know everything. You calculate post-lung saturation.
Yeah.
So, let's see what will happen. This is your case number 1. So, you have a 95% saturation arterial.
Okay.
Your effective ECMO flow, this one, and the cardiac output that you came from some device, 5 liters. So, this is your 75% after lung. Not
Okay.
bad. You know.
Yeah.
Not 100, unfortunately. Okay. Now we check. Let's say you measure 4.2 liters. Same 95, but now the device gives you cardiac output of 4.2 liters.
Effective. Effective flow.
Effective flow for
Effective
4 liters.
ECMO flow.
4 liters.
Okay.
We don't change it.
We're not
Okay.
changing that. Only
But
cardiac
device
output.
that you use show you different cardiac output. 4.2 liters. And then you calculate SO2 is -5. It's a miracle. Can you imagine? You have a saturation after like -5.
No.
No. So what does it mean? That your cardiac output reading is BS. Nothing to do with human being. It's whatever device gives you, right?
Right.
So with this device, you can really control, do you really have a true value of the cardiac output? Very easy, right? Okay. Next case, 90, again 92. It was 95, now it's 92. I would check. Let's saturate, you measure saturation 92. And the same cardiac output, now minus 68. So you should be very careful with the measurement of the cardiac output. Let's say I come to measure cardiac output of the patient in ICU unit, in 5 liters. How do you know it's true? You don't know. But in case of VV ECMO, you actually can control, is it really true cardiac output, okay? One more case, 92% saturation, again 4 liters, now your reading is 3 liters, for example. Now your saturation 124%. Absolutely unrealistic, again.
I'd say decannulate.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what?
ECMO's off.
Exactly, you can see it, because if you see 4 liters of effective flow and the cardiac output is impossible.
Yeah.
You can't have effective cardiac output flow coming to the heart 4 liters, while your cardiac output is 3. So if you divide it 3 liters, and you see your 4 after recirculation 4 liters, is it BS, right? Bullshit, sorry.
Yes.
Okay, and the last case. Okay, so now let's say you have a 89 saturation, and again 4 liters effective flow, and cardiac output is given by the device 5 liters. And you calculate, you see 45 saturation for lungs, kind of on the smaller side. But you remember, I teach you, we can calculate venous saturation from pre-ox. This is your formula, remember? Let's say recirculation 20%, SVO2 65. Then your true venous saturation, will be 56%. So what's happening? You have a 56%. I'm sorry. Yeah. You have a 56% here, and after lungs, that should help. You have 45%. See, 45.
Yeah.
It's also not true. So the reason I'm just bringing all this stuff, it's not coming from nowhere. It's a true reality, like you show. Why you need to know this thing? This is a cardiac index, cardiac output calculated oxygen saturation after lungs with cardiac output by Vigilair. People use Vigilair. Nice device, 17 patients, 52 measurements. This is data from archive from the Giessen. Look, what are I just take their data and calculate. And guess what? Oops, sorry. The saturation after lungs changed from minus 58 to plus 110. So this is a true reality. What I'm telling you, if you have a nice device, maybe some gun, something, right? You don't really need to fully trust it, because here, in some cases, it's lying. So it's up to you. You can use whatever you want, but if you want to treat patient based on their data, you better do a simple check, arithmetic, is it really with mass balance for you? So I personally work with the cardiac output technologies for 30 plus years. If you bring technology that's sometimes kind of not true, you need to give people to limitation. Here it's not working. Because there is always idea, you know what, it's not really cardiac, but dynamically it will show direction. This is absolutely not true. If this is not good device, why do you think it give you good directions? Maybe you do the measurement and you show your cardiac output increase 5%. And the true cardiac output increase 25%. It's the right direction, but is really clinically relevant? So either you use good technology or don't pretend. I mean, it's a hobby, whatever, you can do whatever you want, but if you're treating critical care patients with mortality 40, 50, 60%, you better have good technology or be very critical. So this is the data from real patients.
That is such a very true point, and I'm glad you just said that. Go ahead, let me let you go, because I'm going to be bringing something up about that.
Okay. And I'm coming to my part. This is my publication in Journal Perfusion, when kind of I introduced new non-invasive methodology to measure cardiac output in vena scrolling membrane oxygenation patients with measuring circulation. It's kind of concept. So why you want to measure cardiac output? Low cardiac output, right heart failure, low cardiac output hypovolemia, and maybe just to know oxygen delivery, like we just talked about it, right? If you can. Something all time happening. Okay, so I already mentioned this slide. There is no really good technology, unfortunately, with the ECMO patient. It is because the system sucks the blood from injection, and you inject cold saline for thermodilution. It sucks out. So all you mentioned.
And I don't mean to interrupt you. Please forgive me.
Of course, no.
When you were talking about the Vigileo's technical limitations,
Yes.
Are you referring to patients on VV ECMO, or are you referring in general?
Answer. So for VV ECMO, you see what can happen, right?
Yes.
There's a publication by Dr. Pinsky. This is kind of the god from Pittsburgh. When he compared all techniques, Paulson, Edwards, Litko, they do pulse counter analysis with thermodilution in critical patient. And he found out that all three technologies not only not accurate, but also give you wrong dynamic. So let's say thermodilution show cardiac output, they all show cardiac output is down. It's published data. About all, he just did this measurement, it's published. So I personally will be very careful, treating sick patient with this technology, unless you have some parallel analysis, maybe you have, chemical data not really nice, something supporting. But this is published data, I'm not inventing anything.
Fair enough.
Wow.
Okay, so how we measure cardiac output? You remember we have the flow, right? And this equation here, and we don't know the cardiac output, and we don't know the post-venous saturation after. We don't know it, right? So what you can do, if you can change the pump flow, you produce different equation. You see, when you decrease the pump flow, this is red line became smaller because it delivers less oxygen, right? But there are more non-saturated blood, right? So I don't want to people kind of focus on all math, but it isn't in my paper, right? But you need to do a couple assumptions. Lungs do not oxygenate or partially oxygenate. Why? Because if you decrease the pump flow, you should see decrease of saturation. If it's not, the patient is good with lungs. Maybe you have other problem. Maybe you need to give some SO2, CO2, but it doesn't matter. But you can't use this method. You need to have a decrease of saturation when you go with the pump flow. This is the limitation. We also assume here that cardiac output is relatively stable. And the data that I show you from the animal experiment, when there was a flow on pulmonary artery, you see that you change the pump flow, it's pretty stable, right?
Sure, should be.
Yeah, no,
Because
not big. Yeah,
It's before the right heart.
yeah, and
before the right
they give it back,
ventricle.
right? So
Yeah, so it's before the pumping
So-
chamber.
Okay, so I'm just don't want to overflow this thing. So what happened with the patient when you decrease the pump flow? When you decrease the pump flow, saturation is going down. The question is, what's happened with the venous saturation, right? And there are kind of two scenarios. If body wants to keep consumption the same, it should go the same way down. Cardiac output the same, arterial go down, venous go down, keep the consumption the same. Or it may not change, so you don't know. So we do some mathematical assumption that it may be between 0 to full decrease. So if you decrease 5 saturation units, SVO2 you don't know, also go 5 and you have same consumption or less. So we don't know. So here I introduce in this paper mathematical equation, to account for it. So we try to solve this equation, right? Just to have a cardiac output, right? So you go to the patient, you measure circulation, you go down to the pump flow, measure again, you want to calculate something. Yeah. Okay. This is the fun stuff. I'll just explain you what does it mean. Okay. This is the end of big mathematics. So this is the mathematical model for adult patients. So the is it accuracy about this technology, the worst case scenario? I'll show you this. Whoops. So this is a percent error. This is a cardiac index. So you see that in small cardiac indexes, it's quite accurate. There isn't a different color because it's for different circulation, different coefficient. It's a lot of the mathematical modeling. And I have a Greg, my colleague, he loved this graph. But anyway, what we need to know? We need to know that in this area, we have a pretty good accuracy, independently how things changed. Same thing is here. And the wider the curve, the more probability of the patient here. I don't want to overload you with this stuff, right? What I tell you that in small cardiac output area like 2.5 index, 3 liters index, 3.5 index, this technology quite accurate within 10%. And this is what's important for us if we're afraid of the cardiac failure. This mathematical modeling, just for fun to see, but we go further. Okay, so now we go to clinical data. So it's published in the paper, but let me explain you. So this is the data that we are analyzing was applied to 17 patients with 52 cardiac output measurements. So this is applied retrospectively. So this was done before I come up with this idea. Okay. So what they did before, they come to the patient and establish flow of 1.5 liter, and then they decrease the pump flow, and measure recirculation. What's happened? Recirculation also is going down, right? And saturation is going down, right? And the SVO2, by the way, didn't change much, right? And this decrease of the saturation, arterial saturation to 10, right? So if you come to the patient, you see how saturation going down with the pump flow, right?
Okay.
So if you want to use any method, you need to be independent, right? So you increase 6 or 10, doesn't matter. Cardiac output should be the same, right? So let me kind of, again, make a summary here, right? So you come to the patient, you measure circulation, decrease the pump and arterial saturation, decrease the pump flow, measure recirculation and saturation. And from this data, you should have cardiac output. This is the idea of the method. Okay. So this is the reproducibility of the method. You come to the patient, right, and you decrease on 6 units saturation, or at 8 units, or 9. It doesn't matter. It's the same cardiac output will be. So it became reproducible if you decrease at least 6 units. If you decrease for 2-3 units, you're not reliable. And of course, if you come to the patient, look at arterial saturation, it's going up and down a little bit, never stable.
So that's not really
to make this technology work, you need to go really down 5-6 units, 7, and then you have reliable data for cardiac output measurement. Okay, and this is my, I hope, my final slide. So do you remember I showed this curve, this table to you? This is the cardiac output measured by this concept of 2 flows. So we see our lung saturation is in reasonable shape from 49 to 90. So it at least keeps the mass balance right. And here the same. So it was, during this measurement, there was Vigilea, you know, they collect the data, put it in archive, okay? So this is how do circulation measure. We talk about this in the summary. This new method to calculate cardiac output is non-invasive, easy to perform, and has good reproducibility. The next step is validation. So what's happened with validation? We receive an H grant to validate on animals, but due to the COVID, things are much delayed, so it's still in the process. So it's a little bit more complicated presentation, difficult to get, but I hope I get the concept. I'm done.
Go ahead and open
Thank
the
you.
phone lines again.
Yeah.
That was excellent.
That was incredible. It
That
was
was-
fun.
Yeah.
Excellent. So,
But anyway, yeah.
so I'm going to need your help with some directions.
Of course.
Okay, a little more. I mean, I get it, but I don't get it. But we have a couple of patients right now, and I'm
Right.
going to be there this
Right.
evening.
Right.
And just for, you know, I will tell you, John, are you there? Yeah, John's there. John, I think you're going to appreciate this.
Right.
So, Min called me last night and said, you know, can I? So you need me there when? About 10:30, 11 o'clock? I said, no, Min, you need to be here at 7:45. Okay, that's when we start. Immediately after that, Tammy called me and said, hey, can since I'm in the afternoon, can I just you know, spend some time maybe in the morning getting a workout in and family and stuff like that, because I have to do an ECMO shift in the evening. And I'm like, why are you doing an ECMO shift in the evening? She said, because that's our system and that's what I have to do. So I said, well, and this is after I took an Ambien, so apparently I wasn't thinking.
I told
And
you.
I said, hey, I'll tell you what, I really need you in the morning. I'll do your shift for you in the evening if you'll come in early. So, Min, I'm sorry, not that you're not still my favorite, but Tammy, I'm doing your shift.
Well, I
So-
got men's shift covered today, so
Yeah.
I'm happy
so
for that,
There
too.
you
Yeah,
go, rock
yeah.
and roll. This is a lot better
It
than
worked
your
out.
shift. So, Dr. Kravitsky, I want to talk about the technology, because I agree with you so very much about that. We are bombarded. And I made a comment yesterday, John, if you recall, and I was talking about continuous veno-veno hemofiltration, also referred to as CRRT. We integrate that into our ECMO circuit a lot of times. And I have strong feelings about which one of the technologies I think is best. And I think your comment is very provocative. And I enjoy provocative comments. But we are bombarded with the marketing side of these technologies, and hospitals are buying Vigileos and Lidcos and technologies like that, and we struggle to get them to buy an ELSA meter, which can do so much. Are you confronted with that, because you're both in industry and you're also involved in science?
You know, I'm the ELSA monitor. I consider be somehow extra until people know the clinical value. It's currently a little bit sided to VV ECMO, but next generation also will take care about VA ECMO, the cardiac output, etc. I have a submission and abstract in the SCI meeting. As for other technologies, you know, it's all about commercial power. See what's happening. There was kind of a trend, right? So what is good enough, right? We have Swan Gans, technology, dye dilution, technology, and we need to understand that the dye techniques, dilution, are the gold standard. Why? Because you know limitations. Every technology limitations. You know, you have a shunt, something, right? Other technology have another limitation, like you go with echo, there's operator error, you never know what it is, how big it is, so it's kind of. As to the pulse counter analysis, I name it a good enough technology. You know what I mean? So you put it in, and it show you something. Maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong. You know, my personal thinking is, you need to, if you really want to use this device, you really need to know many things. For example, you come to this patient, he's a burn patient, right? In this technology, show you cardiac index 5. This is a very bad cardiac index for burn patients, should be 9. Because burn patients, right, they should have to survive 9, 10 liters, cardiac index 9, 10, 2 times more than normal, right? So if you have a good kind of feeling of what cardiac output should be, you may try to use them. But if you really rely on it,
yeah, if you're using that as your
as a main,
Yeah.
I would be very, very careful with pulse counter analysis. There are many assumptions. Why do you think this pressure tell you about the cardiac output? There's so many assumptions, how aorta is doing, how organ is doing, standard. I'll be very, very careful.
So if I have a patient, and I wanted to ask you, can you do the same thing without turning the flow down, but decreasing the FiO2, the inspired oxygen percentage, into the lung that you're currently using?
Yeah, there is some, I think it published it, there's some method how you try to do it without pump flow change. I don't know what the accuracy there.
but there's something out there about that.
You can try, but I don't know what the accuracy. And again, you decrease the pump flow for practically 10 minutes, and you don't need to go less than 85. If you're, let's say you need to go 6 units down, I mentioned, right? So if you're 92, you can go 6 units down. So you have 86. So you didn't ruin the Red Book recommendations for like 10 minutes maximum. So I compared to what you get, cardiac output, this patient may be, on ECMO with maybe cardiac index 2.
So do you do the recirculation before
Yeah, you have to
you
before.
turn it down?
And then you do it again.
So you can have two values.
And then
before,
you do it.
You have a
You're
control,
surrounding
and then
it.
you have a
Yeah.
you have a control, and then you have a change.
Yeah.
So when you first do measurement, you don't touch the setting. Patient have a regular ECMO flow, nothing, you do recirculation. Then you go down, see your saturation goes 6 units, you do one more measurement, take 1 minute, then you go back. So practically it's like a 10 minutes maximum.
So, and then we need to have an SaO2, obviously. We have to
Yeah,
have-
you of course,
You
is
have
this
to have-
how you do it? You
you have to have that.
saturation.
So it's a pulse ox usually is what
Exactly,
we use.
good enough, right?
Because
and-
that's how you know how much to go down on the flow.
Yeah, you'll
you
see
need
it.
6
Yeah.
points.
Right.
Okay.
And then we can send you that data, and you can tell us what their cardiac output
Or I
is.
can send you the Excel file, you can just push the button. and-
Yeah.
I would appreciate that because
Yeah.
I'm going in there tonight,
Yeah.
and I'm
Oh,
going to
really?
be doing this.
Yeah.
So I am going to need that, and because I was going to say, make sure you get Wi-Fi on your flight.
Exactly.
He's going to have the and he's
He's
just
gonna-
gonna
See,
sleep.
Is
these
it-
all calculations, see, it's all Excel file. You put this mass balance equation Excel file and you enjoy it, right?
You
So
enjoy it.
the technology that we're introducing in next generation will help you. You put data, it calculate the indexes, you know what I mean, cardiac index, systemic vascular risk, whatever, right? But you can use, actually in my paper, there is a kind of attachment appendix with the how to do Excel file with this.
Okay. If you have it, you can just send it to me. It'd be great.
Okay,
I'm not real good with Excel.
okay. I have it here anyway. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Very good. So we have the phone lines open in case we have any additional. Yep. In case anybody else wants to call, please do. Min, you have any questions? John? Min? Let's go with Min first.
No, I mean, it was actually an excellent talk. You know, everything was very interesting and very helpful. So I guess the take home, you know, it's probably a good idea, like what we just discussed, to actually do a recirculation test at whatever our optimal ECMO flow is currently to support the patient, then decreasing our flow to a mean to where we drop 6 points to where we're still maintaining a
6% on your sat.
Yeah, saturation of 86, 88%, just to see at that ECMO flow if our recirculation is better according to what our consistent cardiac output is.
Yes.
Right.
That's another very good. So that would tell you if it was, certainly it would give you that initial thought it's depressed, but it might go the other direction. You may be very hyperdynamic because it's going to tell you that too.
And I think one of our patients is
It's going to give you a
Hyperdynamic
cardiac
too.
output.
Yeah, so let me say that this technology not been validated yet. It's a theory, and we did
Theory.
animal experiment in Syracuse, but we didn't finish yet. So it's COVID delayed everything. So this is why you can calculate based on the theory, right? Because not validated. Validate is very difficult because you need to measure cardiac output. How do it in human? What is the method to compare? This
Well, I
is
mean,
the
you know,
big problem.
this is very simple to do. It's not going to harm anyone.
Yeah, no.
So, you know, I mean,
Yeah.
this is, I mean, it's something we would do anyway to assess our ability to wean.
Yes.
Yeah.
So these are things, we do this all
Yeah.
the time. So it's
But
not
now we're
something-
just using a different
just use it.
application.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, we're just,
And
yeah.
again, I didn't want to overload people with all. But if you come to the patient, let's say, and you have an adult, it was in Germany, and the pump flow was 2 liters.
2 liters.
Adult. Okay. And we decreased pump flow to 1,500, and saturation got 7-8% kind of. You already know it's a low cardiac output. Because if only 500 mil down dramatically change your saturation, it means there is not enough other flow. It's main flow. So you know what I mean. There's a lot of thinking. If you look at the simple equation, you can have a good feeling about it's all about the cardiac output, not the positioning, right? Position didn't change. If you go down 500 and you change dramatically saturation of the patient, it means his native cardiac output is small. So you only half a liter make a big deal for the patient.
right.
So you immediately, I mean, if you think about it, you say, oh, this is, and we measure cardiac output, and it was low.
Very good.
Nice.
John, any questions? You're muted.
You're muted.
Muted.
Start over again?
My mic's on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, so, I mean, I've always wanted to have this monitor wherever I was doing ECMO, and now I want it even more. That's basically my thought. It's more versatile and informative than we ever thought, Joe, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. You know, we're very. I think we really enjoy it. It has done a variety of things for us. You know, as we discussed yesterday, we went to the alternate, you know, very minimal anticoagulation strategy using sub-Q instead of IV heparin and a little bit of Plavix and aspirin. And we were checking oxygenator blood volumes. We were checking, well, two things it did for us. That was number one, is it validated that we weren't clotting our oxygenators off. We used a different oxygenator, and one that's round, which I just fundamentally believe in. I know you used the quadrangle. It's called a quadrangle, but really it's square. You know, just so you kind of know, it just depends, I guess, on how you rotate the square object.
Perception is everything.
Always. But it also has really helped us tremendously during the insertion process of these ECMOs, so that before they lock it down, we check it. And I have found a number of occasions now where it was really suboptimal, and a little bit of change, you could both see it occur in the change in the color, because there was a big color difference, but then it actually became more, and we saw that big decrease. So it gave validation to what we were seeing. And then we had the one patient where the Avalon catheter had slipped out of the inferior vena cava and actually flipped into the RV. And checking the recirculation was our first indicator. Did a quick chest x-ray, saw it with the big curve in it, and fixed that problem as well. So it's been very useful.
And we've been moving the patients a lot. So if we have any thought that the cannula has been flipped or manipulated, we just run a recirc test. And we've got it where now if there's any question, our surgeon says, run a recirc test. So.
Absolutely. Okay, so I'm going to tell Mike to make sure he checks, because I think his question was the best in terms of our call-ins, and he was quick on the trigger and did it. So let me send him to make sure. Watch the wheel, and Dr. Kravitsky, you get to do the first one. Watch the wheel for what you win.
Yes, it's gambling.
So
Gambling?
Yes.
yes, we're going to be gambling. Yes,
Yay.
Yay.
we're going to be gambling. So,
We're gonna have to set it up with.
He's setting it up.
oh, okay. Just tell me
Put
what.
the app up, put the app up.
Okay, I'm putting the app on.
Here.
Okay.
So what do I need to do?
So you're going to push the spin button.
But not yet. They're loading it or
Yep.
something.
Can I initially agree to share the award? No.
No, no
If I
one
do it
gets-
right, I have a special finger. You know?
If you do it right. Now, you could, here are the choices. So everybody
Okay.
there, you'll see it here in a minute.
Okay.
You could win a Starbucks gift card,
Okay.
okay, which is going to be worth $25. It doesn't say that, but that's what it is. You could win one of our PerfWeb cups. You could win a nice Yeti, like Min has, I think. You have something similar to that. You could win an Outback dinner gift card worth $25, or a $50 Visa gift card, which is the bigger one, okay? Or you can get extra call. See, there's 2 extra calls.
Extra call.
So, Mike, you could get extra call. We ready?
What if you don't work for HET?
You get extra call at your hospital. That's just the way it works, okay? There has to be some stress involved with this.
Okay.
Okay,
So,
and
and
it's-
you're paying.
Yes, I'm paying. No,
So
yeah.
I push the button. Who knows? You know?
Yeah.
You need to ask.
That was pretty. Wait, we're not ready.
Wait, hold on. It's not loaded.
We're not ready.
Yeah, we
I
have
prepared
to.
the finger. Anyway.
Yeah, he was just
Yeah.
practicing.
Yeah.
It was a trial run.
This was John Ingram's idea,
It's a great
and
idea.
I have to give him full credit for this. This was brilliant. I didn't get a hat or a T-shirt yet. I talked to that fella, but I need to do that so I could get those as continued gifts going on. It's just been too crazy and busy.
And when are we going to do this again?
After you're done today, when you're done.
I mean, in the future.
Oh, every time we do a journal club.
Okay. All right. Just asking.
Every time we do a journal club, somebody's going to win something. So
There it is.
we're almost there. We're almost there.
Casino.
Hold on. He's going to. Okay, so let's get the camera on both Tammy and Dr. Kravitsky. And Min, come stand back here. Hold on, just
So we
relax.
can all be a part of this. Fun.
Yes. Do camera, hold on. Come here. We're all going to be a part of this. And make sure John's on too. I don't know if he can do that. It might be asking too much.
Still
I
just
might be
me.
asking too much. Here, hold on. Yeah, zoom out, I think.
Number one, one full, one camera, all of them. They want all be in the shot.
There we
There
go.
you go.
All right,
Okay.
perfect.
And we can see the wheel too?
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, here we go. John, I'm sorry you're not on the screen. I wish you were here. But you're here in spirit, okay?
I'm there in spirit. I'm there in spirit.
All right.
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. The inaugural.
Yay! Pam. Wow.
And this is for Mike Brown's
Mike Brown.
prize.
Mike Brown, extra call.
Oh, no extra
Visa.
call.
Oh, cup. Oh, Starbucks. Oh, there you go.
Oh, yeah.
Yay!
Yay!
$25 Starbucks card coming your way, Mike. And if I'm relieving you this afternoon, I'll just bring it to you. All right. Well, that was great. Thank you, David. That was fantastic. We're going to do it again when Tammy's done with her. So I think we're going to take a short break. We're going to get Dr. Kravitsky on his way going to feed you a little something. Make sure you have something to eat, some coffee, get you to the airport on time. Outstanding lecture. Thank you so
Yes,
very much.
excellent.
Thank
My
you.
pleasure. My
A
pleasure. I also have a record today.
Perestroika. We have to do perestroika.
I have a record. I was
Yes.
sitting 2 hours, 15 minutes in the same place. Never happened.
Yeah.
Really?
I was a go. I never sit so long, you know.
But that's because we're so welcoming and engaging, and
Exactly.
Yeah.
you can't help, see.
He's talking about his favorite subject, right?
And you're going to want to come back.
Of course.
Of course.
About VA.
When you do VA.
Yeah,
Yes.
because you see now it's sided, you know.
Yeah.
My first publication in SCIO 21, it's a new concept for VA.
Very
I will
good.
enjoy it.
Excellent.
We are looking forward to it. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break, and I'll get Dr. Kravitsky on his way to the airport, and we will be back in 5 minutes.
The ELSA monitor is Transonic's extracorporeal life support assurance monitor that helps objectively assess the efficiency of ECMO therapy, which helps to improve your ECMO outcomes. By using gold standard transit time ultrasound technology, ELSA verifies delivered blood flow, quantifies recirculation, and trends oxygenator clotting, allowing perfusionists to provide the ideal ECMO delivery for their patients. ELSA is an easy-to-use, non-invasive way to measure recirculation in VV ECMO without blood sampling. ELSA also helps perfusionists improve bedside decision-making for COVID-19 ECMO patients. Start maximizing ECMO efficiency. Let the ELSA monitor help your surgeons, intensivists, and patients while safeguarding your ECMO program at the same time. Transonic's ELSA monitor.
Hey, and welcome back, everyone. We are ready to go. Listen, I'm going to tell everyone right now, we are going to end early today. I'm tired. I've had enough. We're going to do Min's talk. We're going to do Tammy's talk. We're going to have some lively debate with us and John. We're going to argue. We're going to do all of that. And then we're going to bid you adieu. So we're going to end a little early today. You guys are going to miss my rest score.
Oh.
Aw. But we'll do it again. You know what? I will do it on another day.
Okay.
Okay? But
we will have one more spin of the wheel. So call in with a question.
We are going to have one more spin of the, and actually, we did that because Dr. Kravitsky was so kind to travel. I mean, he's really is going to Russia today, you know, and he's
leaving
traveling
here to go to the airport.
I think he deserved at least it was a test run. Later will be the actual inaugural spin of that wheel.
Do I get to do it?
Yes.
Okay.
You get to do it. Okay.
All right.
So make sure you call in, Jeff. I see you there. These topics are going to be germane to all of us. Maybe not quite as fun as Dr. Kravitsky's, as he likes to say it was fun.
It was fun.
It was fun, but man, I'll tell you what, it was complicated. Okay, that's some intense stuff, but it was. I think I understand it enough in concept, but I wouldn't want to have to sit and figure out all those calculations.
I would like to have an ELSA meter for everyone.
You know what? The spin of the wheel, we'll put that an ELSA meter as one of the prizes. But on that wheel spin, you can do fair mode and you can do unfair mode.
Where it's all call?
It lands wherever you want it to land. Yes, you can actually tell it, but it was in fair mode. Is that not true, David?
That's terrible.
It was in fair mode.
Why do they make an unfair mode?
They just do.
Make it more difficult to get the...
No, you pick the answer, and it doesn't know. Like no one knows.
Yes, it goes wherever you tell it to go.
It's rigged.
Yes, rigged. And it does it real slow and click. Always clicks on the one you don't want. Okay, Ben Tran.
Okay. So today we're going to be talking about advanced review of ventilator settings for ARDS. You know, being a perfusionist, you know, we really don't get to work with ventilators and manage them much, you know, in the OR setting because, you know, we're on bypass. The only thing we're, you know, really managing that has to do with any kind of ventilation is the blender, sweep, you know, and then our FiO2. So, you know, being that now that we've been seeing a lot more ECMOs in the ICU setting, you know, where, you know, as clinicians, we have a lot more opportunity to be at the bedside and, you know, look at what our patient's doing and, you know, also pay attention to what our vents are doing because sometimes not every location or program you go to, intensivists and clinicians are actually setting the vents appropriately to what the patient's needs. And then sometimes little things that, you know, may be helpful to what you may be able to recommend to a physician or intensivist might be helpful to, you know, improve your patient's quality on ECMO. So let's get started and ventilator basics. We're going to start with different properties to help understand mechanism of mechanical ventilation. We'll start with basics. Ideal gas law. So Robert Boyle found that PV, which is pressure times volume, equals N capital R and T. N being the amount of substance, blood. R is your ideal gas constant, and then temperature, which also is known just to be constant as well. So from this, we know that pressure and volume are inversely proportional. With this, we can also say that compliance equals volume over pressure, or delta V over delta P, change of volume over change of pressure. Every set of lungs have a specific compliance. If pressure change seen on a vent is small with a large tidal volume, that means your compliance is good. If pressure change is greater for a smaller tidal volume, that means you have a poor compliance. So common modes of ventilation. These are just various types of ventilator modes that you'll see in the settings, but shortly I'll go over the main ones that most people will definitely see as perfusion clinicians in the ICU. So we have assist control. Assist control basically allows you to deliver a set tidal volume. And SIMV, which is synchronous intermittent mandatory ventilation, that also will deliver a set tidal volume, but it allows the patient to also breathe spontaneously and trigger the breath. Pressure support ventilation, it adds pressure support on top of your PEEP to help increase inspiratory pressure, decrease the negative work of the patient. That also allows you to the patient to breathe spontaneously. CPAP, continuous positive airway pressure. Most people often see this on patients who are being weaned from a ventilator or wanting to increase the patient's spontaneous breathing, being off of sedation, possibly getting worked up on a list for a transplant. So with continuous positive airway pressure, typically you'll set like a PEEP, and it's positive pressure during inspiration and expiration. Volume support, basically just another volume control mode. CMV is control mode ventilation. Similar to assist control, the only difference between assist control and CMV, control mode, CMV does not allow the patient to trigger the breath, where assist control, the patient can trigger the breath. APRV, airway pressure release ventilation, that's a new type of ventilation mode that some programs are using now. They call it an open lung approach, where they allow the patient to breathe spontaneously during inspiration and expiration. Inverse ratio ventilation, also that's basically that setting can be manipulated in any ventilator mode, where you actually can set the pressure. That basically you're able to adjust the I and E ratio, which we'll talk about again later. High frequency oscillator ventilation. Typically you see these in neonatals or pediatrics. Basically helps maintain alveolar inflation constant to help resuscitate a rescue maneuver that uses low tidal volume with constant mean airway pressure with high respiratory rate. Okay, so initial vent settings. Basically, when you're setting up a vent as a clinician, you'll have vent modes, and then you'll have a tidal volume, which the clinician will set according to the patient's ideal body weight, 6 to 8 mLs per kilo. FiO2 2%, fraction inspired O2. Your flow rate is 40 to 60 liters per minute. Inspiratory flow rate is basically how fast your tidal volume is delivered. For example, for a COPD patient, you may need a faster flow rate to increase or quicken your I time, because COPDs tend to air trap, right? So if you shorten your I time, that'll give the patient a longer E time, so they can expire all the CO2 that they're air trapping.
And I time is inspiratory, E time is
correct,
expiratory.
So real quick, just for clarification, so your I time, so when you're saying you want a quicker I time, so it would be, for example, like that one, like a 1 to 2, so your I time's 1 and your E time is 2, so you're having the longer breathing out, is that correct?
Long expiratory time, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so I probably should have said increasing the speed of the I time.
Oh, okay.
To clarify that,
Okay.
that phrase I just mentioned. So yeah, typically your IE ratio normally is 1 to 2 or 1 to 4. For COPD, you may want them as a 1 to 4 or even 1 to 6.
Let's dumb this
Okay.
down a little bit for Joe.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's two separate concepts here.
Mm-hmm.
There's your inspiratory expiratory ratio, which you're saying is like 1 second in and then 2 seconds out, or 1 second in, 4 seconds out.
Correct.
But your inspiratory time is a totally different thing. It's the speed in which it's going. Is that correct, or am I incorrect?
No, so the inspiratory time and expiratory time, those two numbers will basically divide it depending on your total cycle time. So for instance, if your total cycle time is like 6 seconds, right?
So you're breathing 10 times a minute.
Yes, correct. So if you've set your eye time at 1 second, that means you have 5 seconds left to expire.
So when we look at a
Okay.
ventilator and we see this, because you know some of the ventilators show this, is it showing me what are those the numbers like that we see like that, like 1 to 2?
That's your IE ratio.
So that's the ratio. How do I know how long the actual cycle is? Is it telling me that as
So
well?
your cycle time is based on your respiratory rate.
Okay, so it's connected to your respiratory
Yes.
rate.
That's correct.
So if your respiratory rate is 10 times a minute, and your IE ratio is 1 to 2,
so your respiratory.
so it's
So 10
you're-
times, so 10 breaths a minute, right? 60 divided by 10, that gives you 6, right?
Yeah.
So your total cycle time is 6 seconds.
6 seconds.
So if you adjust your IE ratio, say if you want an inverse ratio, say you want to improve oxygenation and do permissive hypercapnia, right? Because you're going to trap a little CO2, but you improve oxygenation by giving that longer eye time. So I would set my eye time to maybe 1.5, and that would give me a 4.5 E time. So your IE ratio would shorten, right?
it just has to add up to 6.
Correct.
Because that's all the time you have.
Exactly.
Because that's the rate that you have.
Exactly.
Right. Okay.
Exactly. And so, what the question you were asking earlier about the eye time and the speed. So the flow rate. So your flow rate is your peak inspiratory flow. That's how fast the vent delivers the volume, the flow. So ideally, it's set at 46 to 60 liters per minute, but you can set it at like 80 liters per minute, or even 90 liters per minute. And what that allows you to do is shorten your eye time because the flow goes out really quick, right? So you don't. So what the time you have left during that cycle time is going to be the remaining E time.
Okay.
Okay, I understand that.
Yeah. But standard flow rates are usually set 40 to 60 liters per minute.
Okay.
And typically things like that, physicians and clinicians really don't adjust as much. It's almost as a default, but that's something that someone can actually adjust and manipulate if they want to specifically adjust the inspiratory flow speed according to what the patient needs.
So that, for the most part, it's 40 to 60, and that's what people leave it. But if you really were specializing for this particular patient's,
Right.
You could adjust that.
If we have a patient that we're ventilating as a COPD, and we want, and he's air trapping, so we want to shorten our eye time. So in addition, you can shorten your eye time by lowering your IE ratio, right? You can shorten your eye time, but then also if you increase your flow rate, that inspiratory flow rate when the volume is delivered from the ventilator, if you increase the speed, right, it'll be less than 46 liters per minute, right? It will be faster. It will be at 80 liters per minute or 90 liters per minute.
So just to dumb it down for me, when you say air trap, that's because they're not fully breathing out. Okay.
Because COPDs, they have like obstructive pulmonary disease, so they're not able to expire all the CO2 out of the lungs. So they tend to air trap.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure I understood what that meant.
And so next we also have sensitivity. Sensitivity is something that we also don't usually have to set. It's usually a default, but sensitivity is usually set at -1 or -2. That basically just gives the patient that negative pressure effort to help the patient overcome the trigger.
Oh.
Because when we're breathing spontaneous, we create negative pressure, right?
Yeah.
And that negative pressure is used to trigger the vent. So we increase the sensitivity to -2, -1. We're assisting the patient to allow it to make it easy for them to trigger the vent.
Okay, because they don't need the negative pressure isn't going to be as negative.
Absolutely.
And so then you're doing that to kind of
reduce their work of breathing.
Yeah. Okay,
reduce their work of breathing. PEEP, positive expiratory pressure, a popular one that I think most clinicians are familiar with. Initial PEEP settings are usually 4 to 6 centimeters water. It's essential during expiratory phase. Basically, PEEP allows the airways to stay open, the alveoli to stay open, helps improve oxygenation and increase lung recruitment. Because typically, when you ventilate a patient, you generally don't want the patient's pressure and expiratory pressure to come back to zero, because what happens is it's kind of like blowing up a balloon. When you blow up a balloon, and when you first inflate the balloon, it's like that's like pretend it's your lungs. When you first inflate it, it takes a lot of work to blow it up, right?
Yeah.
But if you let some of the air out and you hold just a little bit of air in, and then when you try to reinflate it, the elasticity and the stretch of the balloon doesn't have as much to overcome, because there's already a constant pressure in there. And so that's what PEEP is, basically. If that makes sense.
Yes, it makes perfect sense.
Understanding vent settings and mechanics, additionals. So settings, your basic settings would be like respiratory rate and tidal volume, like we mentioned earlier. So the important keys of respiratory rate and tidal volume, these two components, they make up the patient's minute ventilation, right? So minute ventilation is respiratory rate times tidal volume. So anytime you change one of those numbers, then you would actually increase ventilation. So your average, so for instance, respiratory rate of 10, tidal volume of 500. So your minute ventilation is 5 liters per minute. That's the key and important thing to removing CO2. And you know, it's a good thing to know, because sometimes, you know, a lot of clinicians that are not respiratory therapists or not very familiar with ventilators, you think that tidal volume improves oxygenation. Somewhat it does, because yes, you do need a tidal volume to expand the lungs, but tidal volumes is more related to CO2 removal, not oxygenation.
Did not understand that.
Because, and all you have to do is go back to minute ventilation equals respiratory rate times tidal volume. You change either one of those, then that will increase your minute ventilation. You lower any one of those, that would decrease your minute ventilation. So you would retain more CO2.
Okay.
It's like sweet.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It
your
is.
tidal volume
Yeah.
is like sweet.
It
Got
exactly. It's just like sweet.
Okay, got
But you
it.
don't think of it like that. You think about tidal volume, you think about it's just oxygen.
Yeah.
Yeah. So your tidal volume is also is actually the more efficient way to increase ventilation. You know, when you think about, okay, you know, you see a blood gas, your CO2 level is high, the first thing most clinicians, the intensivists, you know, or someone may think is like, okay, just go up on your rate. But then the problem is when you go up on your respiratory rate, that actually causes more dead space. So your dead space, your CO2 dead space is the dead space that holds CO2 there, where there's no gas exchange is within your trachea, your bronchial airways, and your artificial airway, right? Your endotracheal tube. But when you increase your tidal volume, that tidal volume that's delivered, you get 100% of that tidal volume without increasing CO2. Does that make any sense?
Not really.
Well, is it because the rate, it's so much faster, so it doesn't have time to fully expand?
Fully expand.
But with the tidal volume, because you're giving more tidal volume, it's making it expand fully, and so therefore you will get rid of more CO2.
Right. Yes. Exactly. That.
This is assuming normal lung.
Normal lung, correct.
Yeah.
Normal lung too. Exactly. Because for whatever tidal volume that's delivered to the patient, 100% of that tidal volume is what the patient gets during inspiration and expiration, right? But remember, and we're going to talk about this later, so the difference between the volume that the patient is getting, there's dynamic pressure and there's static pressure. Dynamic is when there's airflow moving. That's when the volume is delivered, and then when the volume is expired, right? So static is when there is no airflow moving, but volume is still in the lungs, which would be at your maybe peak inspiratory pressure or at your PEEP level, right? So during that time, the problem is in your lungs, like I mentioned, in the trachea, in the bronchial airways, and in the artificial airway of your endotracheal tube and your circuit. Those areas don't have any gas exchange. Am I right? Gas exchange only occurs in your alveoli, right? Mm-hmm. So that's where the tidal volumes go into the alveoli, hold the pressure, hold the volume. But the bronchial airways and your trachea and the artificial airway, there's no gas exchange that occurs. So because of that, CO2 isn't removed. Because CO2 isn't removed, that becomes dead space. So because if you increase your respiratory rate, you're just increasing the amount of times that you're actually delivering the tidal volume, so you're still increasing the dead space.
Yeah. So,
But the tidal volume never changed.
Yeah, it's in the dead space.
That's kind of confusing too.
More
as it has to-
frequently.
and maybe I did a bad job explaining at the
No,
beginning.
you didn't do it. Dude,
Yeah.
you've done a great job so far. You know,
Yeah.
We're not respiratory therapists.
So it takes us a minute.
And I'm assuming there's a lot of non-respiratory therapists out there. No, it is now.
Amateur hour.
I guess I'm not doing a good job either. My mic wasn't on. Go ahead. I'm sorry. It's probably best. Nobody can hear me. I just saw my lips moving.
Yes.
So just like I mentioned earlier, with increased respiratory rate, you increase ventilation, but also increases dead space. FiO2 and PEEP, those two keys are important for increasing oxygenation. PEEP is limiting because it depends on your airway resistance and your compliance, C for compliance, which can cause your peak pressure when elevated. So that's the only limitations of PEEP. But higher the PEEP, you can increase pressure in your lungs, leading to increased oxygenation. But also with higher PEEPs, you lead to increasing thoracic pressure, which also increases your right atrial pressure, decreasing venous return, which can decrease cardiac output and decrease your blood pressure. So
high PEEP is the enemy,
yeah,
right?
exactly. Too high of a PEEP is the enemy, absolutely. And things like that you really don't look at or think about. You just think about high PEEP. The first thing we're used to seeing is, okay, you see a high PEEP and you worry about the peak pressures being high, because that's the first things that change dramatically. As soon as you increase your PEEP, you'll see the peak pressures go way up. Yeah. And depending on what the patient's hemodynamics is, you might not be paying attention to what the patient's blood pressure is. So, it's just another tool to look at when we're monitoring and trying to diagnose, what the patient needs, and, how much PEEP is helping the patient with his oxygenation, peak pressures, and blood pressure. Oh, sorry, did I miss something? Ideal driving pressure. This is something that we don't really talk about a lot, but I've heard physicians sometime at the hospital, when we're looking at, not to me, but they're asking the therapist, what the patient's driving pressure is, and they want to know. Basically, your driving pressure is your plateau minus your peak. So that gradient between your PEEP, so you're at a PEEP of 5 and your plateau, ideally a good plateau pressure is 30 or less, right? So if your PEEP is, say, 10 and your plateau pressure is like 25, that means your driving pressure is 15, which is good, because ideal driving pressure of 15 or 14 to 18 millimeters of mercury, actually centimeters of water, is safe for the patient, right? Oh. You're maintaining a good airway pressure, in addition to reducing the risk of barotrauma to the lungs.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make
That's
sense?
something I'm going to be asking you a lot about is our problem with barotrauma.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, and I know I mentioned a lot about different vent modes, but these are the 4 standard vent modes that I think typically perfusionists we see mainly in the clinical setting. Assist control and CMV control, pressure control, CPAP or BiPAP when we're being weaned, right? Pressure support, most commonly used with CPAP or SIMV, which is synchronous intermittent mechanical ventilation. And then I'm also going to talk about the other alternative secondary ventilator modes, which is APRV and bilevel, open lung approach. Those we don't see a lot, but we have seen them with COVID patients. Because I think it just depends. Some centers, certain physicians, depending on where they train, they like using these modes better. And they're good modes, and I'll talk more about them in a little bit. Okay. So assist control and CMV, they're basically the same modes. They both deliver a set tidal volume. The difference between them is CMV, controlled mandatory ventilation. The patient cannot initiate a breath. It's basically a time cycle. So, whatever the set respiratory rate is, at 10 breaths, it'll initiate the breath.
So would you give that? You would use that on somebody who's paralyzed?
Absolutely, absolutely. Paralyzed, heavily sedated, and not really breathing over the vent.
A lot of narcotics.
Narcotics, absolutely.
Fentanyl or whatever.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Somebody like you would definitely want to have full control of ventilation. and control tidal volume. You don't want any changes. For instance, like maybe cranies. You're trying to was it hyperventilate, right? To
Keep the
you blow the CO2 off. Reduce things controllably. So you don't want them to breathe spontaneously. You don't want any changes in the CO2 level. You want to be able to control your CO2. So you give the set tidal volume, you have the set rate, and the patient is going to get that every 10 seconds.
Okay.
So assist control, the patient actually can trigger the vent, but the vent will still always deliver the set tidal volume at the set rate, regardless if the patient does not trigger or not.
So if they trigger, then it goes ahead and does it then.
Before the breath.
And then will it wait until the appropriate amount of time, or will they get breaths closer together?
It will if the patient is actually breathing that spontaneously, then actually it will allow the patient to give another breath. But if the patient, say at 6 seconds, if the patient triggers the vent, it delivers a breath, and if the patient doesn't breathe for another 10 seconds, it'll just deliver another 10 seconds.
Okay.
But if the patient actually breathes again at 4 seconds, the vent will actually trigger and allow to deliver a tidal volume. But the tidal volume will always be set at an ACVC.
Yeah.
So that's always a set volume.
Okay.
So that's actually a good volume, a good mode. It's standard because it's easy.
I think we see that one a lot.
'Cause I think some places, initially when you're setting up a patient on a ventilator, you kind of don't know what the needs are. And, it's almost a mode that you can set it and forget it. But you don't want to set it and forget it because you need to see what the patient's doing. Mm-hmm. But at least this gives us a baseline to see what the patient's demands are, how much sedation the patient needs, how paralyzed the patient needs to be.
It's a good one to kind of analyze the specific patient needs. Yeah.
Patient's compliance, and the problem with this mode, I find that because you're setting, especially with ARDS for us, this mode works great with other diseases, but I think with ARDS, we do see it with ARDS, but the problem is with ARDS, you may see a high peak pressure because it's always delivering a set tidal volume. So yeah, you can decrease your tidal volume, but there are other great modes which I'll talk about later, like pressure control, pressure support, where you're allowed to deliver a tidal volume, but it actually limits the pressure to protecting the lungs.
So it gives whatever tidal volume it needs to achieve the maximum pressure, but not more.
For pressure control or pressure ventilation, correct? Yeah. So like I was saying, it delivers a specific volume. It's set. Average tidal volume is 500 to 600, 8 mLs per kilo per ideal body weight. So if the patient doesn't trigger a breath, then the vent delivers a time cycle breath based on the respiratory rate. So like we talked about earlier, respiratory rate, cycle time of 60 seconds divided by 10, which gives you 6 seconds. The vent will deliver a breath every 6 seconds if the patient does not initiate, right? Our next mode, pressure control ventilation. This is also a mode that's been becoming very popular to help with protective lung injury. Setting is a respiratory rate. PI is your inspiratory pressure. You have a TI, which is the inspiratory time. So there's no tidal volume setting. You basically set your volume. Your volume is delivered based on your time. So
the longer the time, the bigger the volume?
Yes, but it's also limited by pressure as well.
Right, okay, so you're never going to go over that pressure.
Absolutely.
But if you wanted to get as much volume as you can with maintaining your ceiling for your pressure, you could increase your time.
You could. PEEP, sensitivity and flow, like I mentioned earlier, those are also great tools in adjusting what the patient needs. So the lower the set PI or inspiratory pressure, you would probably see a lower tidal volume, which is delivered depending on the patient's compliance, right? Yeah. A patient with a high compliance would have a greater tidal volume with a set inspiratory pressure, right? Because remember, compliance is volume over pressure, or delta, or change in volume over change in pressure. So they're inversely proportional to each other. So your TI, or your inspiratory time, or your I time, basically sets your cycle in relation to your expiratory time to determine your I ratio. So in pressure control ventilation, you don't actually have an E time that you adjust. you have your inspiratory time, because whatever your inspiratory time is, the default, whatever your E time is going to be a default of what is left over from that cycle
whatever
time.
is left over.
Exactly.
Okay.
So example, respiratory rate of 10 breaths a minute. Your I time is 1 second. So that means your total cycle time is 60 seconds divided by 10, which gives you 6 seconds. So if we already know our total cycle time is 6 seconds, at 1 second of inspiratory time, we have 5 seconds left of expiratory time.
Okay.
Like we mentioned, pressure control is good for ventilation patients with reducing barotrauma. Volumes delivered allows for spontaneous breathing and will vary depending on patients or intrinsic respiratory ability, thoracic compliance, airway resistance, and I to E ratios and rise time. So this is a flow graph for pressure control ventilation.
Let me show you something.
Mm-hmm.
If you put your finger,
Oh,
just touch it and hold until you see. Well, don't do it both at the same time. Just push and hold until you see the laser. Then you can move it around.
Okay.
Once you move your finger, it goes away.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Thank you. So right here we see our pressure. It's the pressure and flow graph of the patient getting the volume. We see the accelerating flow goes up. That's your inspiratory pressure going up. And then you get that pressure hold. So that's your inspiratory time. And then you get the decelerating flow of the inspiration. But you notice that there's still that inspiratory pressure being held.
Yeah.
And that's the great thing about pressure control ventilation. And you'll see a graph later with assist control how that differs. And then end inspirations begins your expiratory time, and there is no more. Your pressure is reduced. Mm-hmm. So this is a graph of AC versus PCV, assist control. So you got your airway pressure, muscular pressure, you got your tidal volume. So if you look over here, your volume control, you get the set tidal volume, right? Airway pressure increases on inspiration. Tidal volume is delivered. Then, you get a slow kind of accelerating flow, right? But there's no hold at the pressure, at the peak airway pressure.
You have a slower inspiratory time, so the lungs are inflating slower.
Mm-hmm.
You hold it for less time, and it starts to
Yeah, 'cause
exhale.
it's an immediate drop versus that little plateau at the top. Is that what we're
Right.
referring to?
And then I'm also going to mention here, so if you were to put this on top of this, right, you would actually see the pressure from the pressure control come up like that, right?
Yeah.
So you see this radius from this point and from that splits between the volume control, that area is mean airway pressure. That mean airway pressure is important for actually like driving pressure, which I mentioned earlier. Your peak on top of your plateau pressure. That helps with improved oxygenation, increasing alveolar recruitment, and maintaining the airways open for longer oxygenation. Also, it helps with preventing atelectasis and alveolar collapse. And then you also see here, the patient actually got better tidal volumes, right? With the pressure control.
Yeah, they were
But
higher.
then, still not. We still really didn't sacrifice much for peak airway pressures,
Yeah, it's not too different there.
So important variables of pressure control ventilation: avoidance of alveolar distension, overdistension. It allows to use inverse expiratory-inspiratory time ratio ventilation, in which E time is shorter than I time. The longer I time allows for increased mean airway pressure, which I explained, improving oxygenation, keeping the alveoli open longer, leading to increased alveoli recruitment, which is a key importance for ARDS, which we tend to see alveolar collapse and poor lung oxygenation.
So is this, sorry,
Mhm.
this is going to be, it might end up being a silly question, but so if I'm just breathing naturally and I take a deep breath and I hold it before I exhale, is that similar to what pressure control is doing because it's holding that pressure in there?
Absolutely, especially if you you know, basically when you hold your breath, you're increasing your eye time.
Yeah.
Your eye time, because ideally, you know, no one breathes normally like that, and then we don't do a breath hold, because basically your eye time, basically increasing your eye time is almost like creating a plateau.
Yeah.
Extending your plateau pressure, right? Because on a ventilator, when we want to check our plateau pressure, we actually have to manually do an inspiratory pause in order to see it.
Yeah.
You don't. It's not a real time setting.
Yeah.
You have to.
Yeah, I've seen you do that before.
You have to initiate inspiratory pause that makes the patient do an inspiratory hold, and then basically extends the eye time, and then that lets us know what our plateau pressure is.
Okay.
So it also helps maintain spontaneous breathing, an advantage for use of the diaphragm, re-expanding collapse-dependent lung areas, and reducing muscle atrophy. CPAP and PEEP. So CPAP is continuous positive airway pressure. It's a type of positive airway pressure where airflow is introduced into the airways to maintain a continuous pressure constantly, basically stunting the airways open in patients who are breathing spontaneously already. So you'll see this in patients we're like weaning off the vent. We want them to breathe spontaneously, and it allows us to keep the airways open during inspiratory and expiratory.
So these patients are awake and aware.
Oh, very much.
Yeah.
Like our one patient that we have on ECMO, we have had him on intermittent CPAP modes, even though he's on a ventilator still. And depending on his work of breathing, his diaphragm, and how compliant his lungs is, that will determine how well the patients will usually do on CPAP.
Okay. And what are you going to get to BiPAP and tell me the difference?
We're also going to get on BiPAP here in a minute too. So PEEP is positive in expiratory pressure, which we talked about earlier. It's pressure that's maintained in alveoli above atmospheric pressure at the end of expiration. It's a key important in keeping the airways open, alveoli open for lung recruitment. Ideally 5 to 20 centimeters of water is typical settings. CPAP can also be used with pressure support. Basically CPAP with pressure support is what you call BiPAP.
So you're partially doing it on, like partially having the positive pressure, but when you're not, then you're on pressure support.
Pressure support. So, so when you add pressure support, it becomes BiPAP because pressure support is involved with maintaining the airway pressure only on inspiration. And that allows to reduce the negative pressure the patient has to overcome for each breath.
If you hold the pressure, then for them to then spontaneously breathe, they then have to have an even more negative pressure to overcome it, right?
Absolutely.
So when you BiPAP, you're giving them that high pressure, but then you give them a break, and then it's lower pressure, and so then it's easier for them to inhale, correct?
Correct. And actually, pressure support does not really alter your peak pressures at all much either, because the only purpose of pressure support is just to help overcome that negative pressure that the patient has to push to the effort to pull. Okay. Exactly. So it's useful when trying to wean patients from ventilators, allowing the patients to breathe spontaneously on minimal vent settings and support. Pressure support ventilation with SIMV. So we can also use pressure support with SIMV as well. SIMV, like I mentioned, is synchronous intermittent mandatory ventilation. Pressure support can be used in any vent settings that allows true spontaneous breath. It can be delivered via invasive ventilation or non-invasive. So we're used to seeing it in patients before they actually get intubated and they come to us for ECMO. They're usually in a BiPAP. Because it increases, or patients with OSA, obstructive sleep apnea, right? You need that increased inspiratory pressure and expiratory pressure to keep the tongue down and airways open because of the anatomy and also because they're work of breathing.
Usually when they're very heavy, that's a problem.
Very heavy, absolutely.
Yeah, sleep apnea is most common in heavy people.
Heavy people, absolutely. Pressure support only occurs on inhalation, commonly used in SIMV CPAP modes to help increase inspiratory pressure, like I said. Pressure support settings typically are set 5 to 25 centimeters of water, and the pressure set is added on top of any set PEEP. For example, at a PEEP of 5, with a pressure support of 5, your total airway pressure will be 10. So that's how you calculate what your total airway pressure is. Similar to AC, but instead of delivering specific volumes, pressure support delivers set pressure with each breath. So SIMV is a type of volume controlled ventilation which delivers a mandatory breath with a set tidal volume while also allowing spontaneous breathing. If the patient makes an inspiratory effort during a window of time during the IMV rate or the SIMV rate, the ventilator delivers a response to the patient's inspiratory effort. So the patient will actually, if the patient triggers a breath on inspiration, and the IMV rate of the synchronous SIMV vent senses it, it'll actually deliver the pressure on inspiratory.
Okay.
So this is a graph showing
I like pictures.
pressure support ventilation. Right here, this is the patient triggering the breath, right? Negative pressure. You see the rise in pressure. You see that hold in pressure support. And then decelerating pressure. You have your flow increases. You see the decelerating flow. That's the end of the flow cycle. Your waveform of the volume going in, volume going out. And then obviously, you know, like I mentioned, there are some pressure limits, you know, based on the patient's peak pressure. This is a good graph I really like, showing assist control and SIMV. So with assist control, this is, you see the tidal volume flow goes up, there's a hold and then it goes down. You see the same with SIMV. Pressure, you see accelerating volume, pressure going up with the volume being delivered, decelerating pressure when the volume goes down. But with SIMV over here, you actually see spontaneous breathing. So the patient is actually able to breathe spontaneously within the breath. Where assist control, the patient is only able to trigger the vent spontaneously.
But they can't determine their volume.
They cannot, because the
inspiration or
volume is
expiration.
always set.
Got it.
So SIMV is also a great tool to help manage and protect from lung injury and high peak pressures, because the patient can actually breathe spontaneously and manage their own tidal volumes. And you know that's important, you know, to know, because a lot of times we get these patients that are on ventilators, and they can be on a vent for 2 to 3 weeks, sometimes longer than that. When they're not breathing spontaneously or triggering their breath, what happens is they lose atrophy to the diaphragm.
They lose muscle tone.
Muscle,
Yeah,
yeah.
so it's even harder.
So when you try to wean them off, then you have to, you know, basically recover or rehabilitate that diaphragm to you know, start working again, and that increases your ICU time, increases, you know, intubation time. You know, by that time the patient.
So anytime you can have a little bit of natural breath, it's better.
Absolutely. So principles of a mechanical ventilation, and I know Joe had a lot of questions about this the other day. Understanding peak airway pressures and plateau pressures. These are very important things to know, and they're not as simple as they seem, but they can be if you understand the properties and what the bases are. So peak pressure is dynamic or airflow. That measures the airflow going in of the vent and going out. Your plateau pressure is actually measure the pressure when air stops, when there is no flow or the termination of inspiratory flow. That is your plateau pressure. Peak pressure for any volume delivered to the lungs, the pressure or resistance is the result of the airway's dynamic ventilation event. So that can occur during inspiratory and expiratory. Peak pressure is always greater than plateau pressure, right? Because airway resistance, peak pressure is your airway resistance with airflow, right? So plateau pressure is once the volume or air is delivered into the lungs at full inflation and there is no more air movement in the airways, the pressure that is determined at that point is your compliance or your plateau pressure. So it's kind of like an inspiratory hold, like we were saying. You breathe in, you hold your pressure, that there's no air moving, right? Because I've ceased the flow, I'm just holding the volume. So that's your plateau. And that basically tells you what your lung compliance is as well. Plateau measures lung compliance in the lungs when no air is moving and can be done by selecting inspiratory pause maneuver, which I talked about earlier, on a ventilator results. And these results are subjected to the small airways and alveoli, right? So, so your plateau pressures could be increased if you have fluid in your alveoli and your small airways, right? That will decrease your lung compliance. Increase resistance, probably increase your peak airway pressure as a result. It make sense?
Yes.
It does, actually.
It does. It makes a lot of sense.
So why understanding peak and plateau pressures are important to help diagnose vent needs? So causes of elevated peak pressures would be airway resistance, bronchospasms, asthma, secretions, mucus plugs, or an occluded ET tip. Causes of elevated plateau pressures would be decreased compliance, pneumothorax, pulmonary edema. Pneumothorax is what we see a lot.
Yeah, we see those a lot.
In our ARDS patients because they get stiff lungs. ARDS, pneumonia, pleural effusion, and atelectasis. Atelectasis is when you have dead or non-compliant alveoli that are not functioning anymore and just have collapsed and there's no gas exchange.
Can you come back from that, or that they're dead?
You can, because and atelectasis, and that's where PEEP comes in. Because remember I said PEEP actually helps increase mean airway pressure because you're not allowing your alveoli to collapse because you deliver a tidal volume, and then when the volume never goes back to zero, right? It always comes back to 5 or 10 centimeters of water because that's what your PEEP is set
That's
at.
what PEEP is.
So your alveoli, your little sacs in your lungs, are always staying open at 5 or 10 centimeters of water, and that helps because what happens is it begins to recruit the neighborhood alveoli to actually oxygenate more, because once those become a little bit more compliant, you reduce some of the fluid retention that the lungs are getting by proning and diuresing these patients. Then you start to recruit, and improve some of that atelectasis. Even patients that are go to the OR just for a typical surgery. Surgery time is long, intubation time is long. Sometimes they actually see some minor clinical atelectasis that we don't know about, but studies and physicians have said that these are present. But typically, because of the intubation time aren't as long and extended as our really sick pulmonary respiratory failure patients, their improvement is recovery is probably a lot better than what we see. Normal airway resistance is the change in pressure less than or equal to 10 between PIP or peak inspiratory pressure and your plateau. So for instance, if your peak inspiratory pressure is 40 and your plateau pressure is 25, so your airway resistance is elevated, right? Because you have a airway resistance, a delta P of greater than 10. But if your plateau pressure is 30 and your peak airway pressure is 40, then that delta P is actually it's less than or equal to 10. So typically your airway resistance is probably normal, and your plateau pressure, you may have a minor compliance issue. So I have an example here which might kind of help define that a little bit. Example, so in a patient with asthma on a ventilator, you have a peak pressure of 45, a plateau pressure of 20. That kind of tells you have an increased resistance in normal airway pressures because your delta P from your PIP and your plateau is greater than 10, it's 25.
Yeah.
So that tells you have an increased elevated airway resistance. In ARDS, you'll see, actually we tend to see a high peak pressure, of course, but your plateau pressure is usually high. So a peak of 45 and a plateau of 40, it's only a 5 centimeter water difference.
But your plateau pressure is so high, that's your clue?
So that tells us it's an alveoli problem. It's a compliance problem, right?
Yeah.
So so obviously you have an elevated peak and an alveoli and an elevated plateau pressure, so you have a compliance problem.
Okay.
And not an airway resistance, where asthma is just airway resistance, correct?
Right, so asthma, airway resistance, you would see increased peak, but not plateau.
Correct, because
ARDS
your
has compliance issues, so you'd see increased peak and plateau.
Right, because your plateaus are more subjected to your small airways, your alveoli, right?
I got it.
This is another graph for Joe here. I know he loves these graphs.
I do.
So you have your pressure and your flow chart. You got your flow going in. Pressure increases, right, with the flow. And then you have a pressure drop during expiration. So again, here you have inspiratory pressure, right? And you have a breath hold. So that's your plateau pressure, right? So this here is your plateau pressure. So the peak of the spike here at the top of your inspiratory pressure is your peak pressure. But when it comes down and you see this little notch where it actually plateaus out, that's where your plateau pressure is. So ideally, looking at this, you could probably say that this is a compliance issue, because this would be peak pressure of 40 and your plateau would be 45 and your plateau would be about 40, right? Just because how high it is. So you have inspiration, plateau rises, and then end of inspiration, and then it just holds. And then you get the expiratory phase where it decelerates, and then your flow goes down.
Okay.
It makes sense?
Yes.
So here's another graph showing the peak and plateau pressure. This is probably a much more normal graph. This would probably be a peak pressure of maybe 20 to 30, and your plateau would be maybe 10 centimeters of water.
So you never want to see your peak pressure and your plateau so close together.
Correct. And so this whole area between your peak and plateau measures your resistance, remember? Your peak is your PIP, peak inspiratory pressure, minus your plateau. Okay. And then this is your peak. And this is your baseline. So remember, peak always keeps your airways open, and it never lets you go back, because when you go back below your peak level, then you de-recruit or you lose lung alveoli. So another graph talking about the elevated peak pressure. So elevated peak pressure is 5 millimeters of mercury, and this is showing your peak versus to your plateau. Elevated plateau pressure. So remember, when your plateau pressure looks like it's closer to the baseline of your peak pressure, then that will tell you that you have an elevated plateau pressure, and you probably have a compliance issue. Does that make sense? So now we're going to talk about secondary ventilatory modes. These modes actually can be a little confusing, because these are a lot different than what we have been used to seeing in your standard assist control and pressure control mode. But these two modes are actually, you actually set pressure and you do not set tidal volume. And I'll tell you the difference between APRV and bilevel. They're not the same. Some people think they're the same. They're almost the same, but they have a couple of key tools that a clinician can set that will differentiate the two. So APRV stands for airway pressure release ventilation. And bilevel, they're both considered open lung approach, because it allows the patients to breathe spontaneously, unrestricted, on inspiration and expiration. Okay. APRV is a controlled mode of ventilation that ventilates the patient with a long time high. Time high, so that's your time high is your I time. Yeah. And a short time low. Short time low, basically it's another way of saying E time. Okay. But they just call it time high and time low. Your typical time high would be 4 to 5 to 6 seconds. Your short, and then short time low would be 0.5 to 0.8 seconds. So looking at those two numbers, can you tell me what you think the IE ratio would be? It would be normal, correct? It would be
normal?
No,
it would be inverse, right?
It's inverse
Right.
because you're breathing in so much longer than you're allowing yourself to
Right.
breathe
It
out.
looks like it's four or 5 to or
To
6 to 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, because normally your eye time you're seeing like 1 to 2 or one
So
to
this is
4.
a very slow inspiration
Right.
and poof, expire.
Yeah, it's
and
like-
a slow inspiration.
Right.
Yeah.
That,
So,
Yeah.
so obviously,
And I've heard that on the ventilator. You hear it go,
yep.
yeah.
you know,
And that
really slow.
and that what you hear is actually, it's called it's the airway pressure release ventilation. So this vent mode purposely sets it for the patient to increase oxygenation and actually use a permissive hypercapnia approach, because you want to you want to increase oxygenation, but you're actually not setting a peak on this.
Oh.
You're actually intentionally creating an intrinsic auto peak. So there's no set peak. But
and that's because the expiration time
it's
is
so
short,
short.
and the inspiratory time is so
So
long.
long.
So you won't
have-
lose your pressure?
Yeah, it doesn't all go
the,
down.
the,
it won't
the
go to-
patient doesn't have time.
Doesn't
It's
have
like air trap. You're air trapping the patient.
Yeah.
So obviously you wouldn't put a patient with COPD on this vent
Yeah.
setting.
Or, right.
Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
yeah, no, it makes perfect sense. But I just wonder how, like, I guess you really have zero CO2 problems, because even if you were doing a little, someone with the normal is already going to be have high CO2s, and if you're running high CO2s at all, you know, like our COVID patients, some of them, you know how they just have out of control CO2s. This wouldn't be a great method for them, right?
Unless you're allowing that. So there is a technique
Yeah.
that some people are using where they're using this vent setting and they're letting the PCO2s, because their argument is that they're going to have to live with this very high
Chronic.
PCO2. So they're letting them have PCO2s of 70, 80, I've seen as high as 90, and letting them over time metabolically
Adapt. Yeah.
compensate and become very, build their bicarb up, and that's what their technique was. I don't think it worked out very well, but that was a technique that was
Yeah.
being used earlier last year.
And so we look at this, and we're thinking now, okay, we're sacrificing our cycle time, to do this mode of ventilation. But remember, we still can mimic our CO2 removal without tidal volume, right? Because remember, minute ventilation is tidal volume times respiratory
So
rate.
if you increase your tidal volume on this, it's going to help with your CO2.
But in this vent mode, the confusing thing is you don't actually set a tidal volume.
Oh.
Your tidal volume is set on, you have pressure settings, 2 levels of PEEP. PEEP high, and that goes up to a max of 30 centimeters of water, and a PEEP low. Typically,
Or pressure.
Yeah,
You mean pressure?
pressure, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called P high, I'm sorry. P high and P low.
Yeah.
It's called P high and P low, but you can recognize it as P.
Yeah, like when we've had these patients, and when you go to look at the ventilator, that's what it says, and you'll see a range of numbers, and they're somewhere in between. But
And the PEEP is always, the P low is always set at 0,
So-
because you have the pressure release ventilation where you have the intrinsic auto PEEP. So your PEEP will always register 1, 2, maybe like 3, but it never really measures 0, right? Even though you set it at 0, you can adjust it if you actually want the patient to get a higher PEEP, if you want to increase that intrinsic higher PEEP. And I've seen it, they'll increase it to maybe 3 or even 5,
Yeah.
but you don't need a lot of high
but
level
this is
PEEP.
the only ventilator mode where you don't set a PEEP,
Yeah.
correct?
Correct. So
Because the length of time they're under positive pressure is
Yeah.
much longer
And so they're
than
never
it would
going to.
than it would be ordinarily.
Yeah.
And so the P high or the high PEEP, you could kind of say that's your inspiratory pressure, your PI. Remember earlier we
Yeah.
talked about PI, that inspiratory pressure, because that allows you to give you a peak. So is all this kind of making sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So like I was saying, this method uses, and so another thing that we haven't mentioned yet. So in this mode, the good thing about this mode, remember I said, is they consider it called an open lung approach. Open lung approach meaning the patient can breathe spontaneously throughout inspiratory or expiratory. any time during the breath. So the patient breathes every 2 seconds, it'll allow the patient to breathe spontaneously during inspiratory time and expiratory time. So in addition to increasing or having a good sufficient tidal volume to remove CO2, the patient is intermittently removing CO2 on his own when they're breathing spontaneously on top of those stacked inspiratory and expiratory breaths during the whole spontaneous breathing. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And I have a graph later.
So you probably couldn't be at really heavy sedation for this to be very effective, right? Because they're not going to have...
You can have the patient sedation because I have seen, I don't have it in here, but I have seen some papers that has said that they did not show a difference in outcomes for patients who are paralyzed and sedated versus not paralyzed and sedated.
Oh, okay.
Because, obviously, if you have a patient in this mode, typically for us, obviously with ECMO patients, we always have some level of sedation and paralytic going, just because
most of the
it's the
time.
status, unless we're trying to wean them off and, get them intubated. So actually this may be a good approach to help improve their work of breathing, the spontaneous breathing.
Yeah.
And then it, helps, they consider it a rescue therapy for severe ARDS to improve oxygenation, like I was saying with permissive hypercapnia. And then, like we mentioned earlier, the two levels of P high and P low, the difference between the two levels determine your tidal volume. So this is a graph here showing APRV. So your flow goes here, right? You see the spontaneous breathing, the patient's just breathing, and look what you hear up top, see up here. You see the pressure going up, the P high, right? That's the set pressure. And then you see the patient triggering their breath and actually breathing spontaneous. So the patient just is taking spontaneous breath, throughout this whole inspiratory time, and boom, you get the pressure relief. And then at P low, it doesn't go back to baseline. It stops at maybe 1 or 2 centimeters of water, and it goes all the right. It goes right back up. And then the patient's able to breathe spontaneously. Still adequate CO2 removal with some permissive hypercapnia, but you have this very long T high or I time to improve oxygenation, right? Increase alveoli recruitment. Make sense? Making sense? Okay. Bilevel. So bilevel. This is a diagram on bilevel, and bilevel here shows you inspiratory flow going in, right? And then the patient begins to breathe spontaneously, and the patient actually triggers each breath spontaneously. The difference between bilevel, there's no pressure relief. So bilevel, you actually set the P low or the low peak, and then it'll hold, and it actually just releases, but it holds, and you actually get a little bit of a longer expiratory time. So your IE ratio is not quietly inverse. It may be more closely to a 1:1 or a 2:1 ratio, which
So
is
not
what
6:1.
I'm used to see. 6:1, yeah, not 6:1.
When you say APRV, you're talking 4 to 6 seconds of inspiratory
Correct.
time, and in bilevel you're talking 2:1.
2:1.
Inverse, but 2:1.
2:1, correct.
But they're both inverse. Okay.
Yeah. The verse not your standard, because standard, your expiratory is always going to be longer than your inspiratory. All right, so I think we touched a good bit about bilevel and APRV. Hopefully that was able to give you enough understanding on those two. So let's talk about ARDS, because we want to know how we can adequately manage our ARDS patients on a ventilator. So ARDS is acute respiratory distress syndrome. It occurs when fluid builds up in the alveoli of your lungs. Fluid builds up causing inflammatory condition causing to alveoli collapse, making the lungs stiff, restricting blood and oxygen gas exchange in the pulmonary circulation, creating VQ mismatch and shunts. ARDS is considered a restrictive lung disease causing severe shortness of breath, which can lead to severe lung damage and infection. Vent findings with ARDS. So with ARDS, you see fluid-filled alveoli, resulting in alveolar collapse. So what happens is your lungs become stiff, causing for decrease in lung compliance, resulting in increased plateau pressures like we talked about earlier, which will also cause your high peak pressures on vent support. So therapeutic approach, open lung mode ventilation, like we talked about with APRV and bilevel, or pressure control or pressure support would be helpful, so the patient can actually breathe spontaneously, maintaining some level of PEEP to help improve alveolar recruitment by maintaining a PEEP level of 12 to 14 centimeters of water. Preferred low tidal volumes with high PEEP actually prevents de-recruitment. So you see sometimes these patients, and I've seen them, and sometimes I wonder why they're delivering such big tidal volumes. And I don't know, if these intensivists don't understand the physiology behind it. I mean, they're very smart, so I know they do, but maybe they're not really paying attention as much. They're kind of doing a set it and forget it. With these patients, they're thinking that, okay, we put them on ECMO, the ECMO will do everything, but we still need to rely on good, efficient ventilatory support.
Especially if they have high cardiac output.
Absolutely,
if
yeah.
they have high cardiac output, we have to recruit some lung.
We do.
In order to be able to.
So there's really no reason to have a tidal volume 550, 600 when we're on ECMO,
Absolutely.
right?
I wouldn't think so.
Absolutely not.
I mean, I've seen that recently.
My view, and Min can correct me if I'm wrong, my view is reduce the tidal volume. I would use whatever the setting is to control the pressure. Use some PEEP, like I would only go maybe to 5, 7, something, whatever I had to try and keep the alveoli open, keep that recruitment. But I would not let the peak pressures go over 30 is what I would.
And that's the key. Joe makes a good point, because you're not targeting a low tidal volume, but you're okay with the low tidal volume. But you
can blow the CO2 off.
Exactly. You want to achieve the maximized tidal volume to preserve your pressure, because the higher the peak pressures, what you see is increased peak pressures. You cause stress, shear stress on the alveoli, and then you blow a pneumo.
So you're not You're not intentionally doing low tidal volume. You're doing as much tidal volume as you can while maintaining an acceptable peak pressure.
Peak pressure, but you're limited because of the lung compliance.
Yeah.
Well, they have lung protective ventilatory strategies.
No, and I'm not talking about for me setting it. I'm just trying to understand it.
And so this is typically what ARDS net protocol they go by. They say they prefer a low tidal volume with a high peak and a high respiratory rate. So high peak, like I mentioned before, it actually prevents de-recruitment, right? Protects your alveoli from over distension, but keeps them open, reducing the shear stress caused by the opening and closing during ventilation. Because what happens is when you open and close the lungs and you're over expanding the lungs, what happens is over expanding the lungs more than what are normal peak pressures, you're stretching the tissue of the elasticity of the wall of the alveoli. So those over time can become inflamed, and then they get damaged, and then you get collapse.
Now, when you say high PEEP, what kind of numbers are you talking about? Because I know too high of PEEP is not good either.
12 to 14.
12 to 14. Okay. I see it there.
12 to 14.
Yeah. When you see a PEEP of 18 and 20, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
And so you'll see, and so I get it sometimes now when I do see some patients, it may be my first time seeing the patient's already on ECMO, they're on a vent, but they're still on a high PEEP. So the lung strategy is the higher the PEEP, the more the PEEP, you're not allowing the alveoli to close, and you're not letting the lung get to baseline. So you want to maintain as much mean airway pressure. Remember, because you want to keep that level of PEEP as close as possible to your plateau, right? Because the closer, because you have a window of your peak inspiratory pressure, right? Or your plateau pressure, your plateau pressure, minus your peak, that number, you want it 14 to 18, and that's a safe window to allow for a good mean airway pressure, but has been seen to help improve oxygenation and help improve recruitment of alveoli. So getting our peak level as close to that plateau as much as possible is important, but also you have to be mindful of what your peak pressure will be, because any increase in peak pressure will increase your peak inspiratory pressure as well, right? Because all that plateau and your peak is always on top of what your peak will be. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. And so, just like I said, you never want to over distend your alveoli, because that'll cause shear stress, with high tidal volumes. The smaller the tidal volumes given, you can increase your respiratory rate as necessary to increase your minute ventilation for optimal CO2 removal. So, but also remember, increasing respiratory rate could increase dead space. So, those go hand in hand.
I mean,
so
they're all
you have to
kind
look at everything. Exactly.
interconnected.
Absolutely.
One decision
you can't
affects,
you can't set it and forget it. You can't forget about one.
Yeah.
So how serious is ARDS? There are about 200,000 cases of ARDS each year in the U.S. And it probably could be even higher now. I mean, I have to look at the data when this was taken from the article I saw. I don't know, Joe, have you seen, has the numbers have gone up from what this showing here?
I don't think so. From what I understand, I think that's probably reasonable. I think it may have gone up. I think that data is not really out yet.
Because now it's tied into COVID.
COVID, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait. all of this data is usually a couple of years at least behind.
That's true. Because they have to.
Is it ARDS? There's an argument about that, or is it COVID-related lung injury? They're not. There's some people are saying this is an ARDS, but I mean, I think ARDS is kind of a catch-all phrase.
Yeah, it's a big category, right?
I think it's COVID ARDS
because you get ARDS secondary to COVID.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think acute respiratory distress syndrome is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a catch-all term.
But then when patients expire in the ICU, they just say, "Oh, the patient died from COVID." They don't say ARDS, right? That's how they define it, right?
Yes.
And so.
Well, I think they're saying that, but I don't know. I mean, I think you
It'd
say
be interesting to know
the patient
how
died from influenza, but they were in the hospital for influenza-related ARDS, whether it's H1N1 or influenza B or whatever it is. But anyway, go ahead.
So chances of dying from ARDS is 30 to 50%.
High.
And those who survive have long hospital stays, which we have
know.
seen.
Yeah, we know.
End up probably getting trached and whatnot. Many ARDS patients develop complications while hospitalized in the ICU. We've seen that a lot. Complications: pneumonia, collapsed lung, pneumos, other infections, severe muscle weakness, diaphragmatic atrophy, right? Confusion, kidney failure.
Yeah, diaphragmatic atrophy, and also just atrophy of everything. They're laying there, paralyze these people. Listen, I had a real quick question.
Yeah.
Jeff Campbell asked, is there, what is the best setting? Okay, several comments. Eric Hunley says you should be giving the class at Texas Art. Really nice review. Is there what is the best setting for lung recruitment?
The best setting for lung recruitment is going to be any setting that allows you to, have an intrinsic PEEP or a set PEEP. Because, like we were talking about, you wanna increase your driving pressure, right? Your driving pressure is going to be your plateau minus your PEEP. So whatever that mean gradient, that delta P is, your plateau, which would be 30 or 35, and whatever your PEEP level is, if you can target it to get it between a mean of 15 centimeters of water, then I think that's a good strategy approach for increasing lung recruitment, alveoli recruitment.
So is there a particular setting? So is that pressure support?
Well,
there's multiple ones.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It's the whole. So the key to, so the specific question is, what mode settings are used for lung recruitment. So I'm assuming that means alveolar recruitment.
Alveolar recruitment.
And so you're saying there's not a specific setting. You have a goal, and that goal is, say it one more time.
PEEP is the key.
PEEP is the key.
PEEP is the key. PEEP is like the core of lung recruitment, because what happens is PEEP does not allow the alveoli to collapse.
To a limit.
To a limit.
To a limit though. PEEP to a limit. So you can't say, okay, PEEP's the best, I'm going to set it at 40.
But having any kind of PEEP on board, even 5 centimeters of water, allows your pressure not to get to baseline, because you want to keep those alveoli open, so they don't close all the way and collapse.
So a PEEP range from 5 to what?
From 5 to 15 centimeters of water.
That's safe.
That's safe, correct. That's safe.
Mm-hmm.
5 to 15. But like we also talked about, having a higher PEEP will increase your peak pressure. So you have limitations.
Yeah.
So it actually,
because the pressure is going to dictate how high you can go.
Absolutely. So it depends on your patient's needs. So there's not a specific setting, but if you just remember, having any kind of set PEEP on any kind of ventilatory support will help increase recruitment. And if you remember, your plateau pressure minus your PEEP, that window, if you can target anywhere between 14 or 18 centimeters of water of pressure, driving pressure, that will gradually help your alveolar recruitment. But it all depends on the patient's needs. Some patients may do very well on APRV bi-level. You have the intrinsic PEEP, or you have the low PEEP set, remember, at bi-level. But the patient's actually able to breathe spontaneously. That actually helps with exercising the diaphragm, permissive hypercapnia. You can't use that on a patient who's retaining a lot of CO2. Stiff lung, COVID patients, we're seeing the fibrotic lungs. There's no gas exchange, right, because the lungs are so stiff. So they're retaining a whole lot of CO2. Those won't really work on those patients, because they're still retaining a lot of CO2. Although you can adjust the tidal volumes depending on the P high and P low, but that's still going to limit you based on the peak pressures.
Mm-hmm. There's just a lot of moving parts.
There's a lot of moving, and it's all interconnected. It's like plumbing.
Yes,
they're
all. You
Plumbing
can't
is
do
the
one.
pump.
Yeah.
This plumbing is air.
Yeah.
And oxygen
So
and
I hope,
gas.
I hope that was
call?
answered your question, and helpful.
We have a call.
We have a call. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, who's this?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, Eric.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, good morning. Hey, I want to compliment men on a really great presentation.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Eric. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Just exceptional, I thought, and I probably haven't had that comprehensive a review in many years. You probably taught more in half an hour than I learned in all of perfusion school. Now,
Well, that was my goal. I wanted
many
you guys
years
to
ago.
take home and hopefully come away with something that you could use additional in your toolbox to help save some patients.
Oh, absolutely,
and,
absolutely. So many of us aren't RCs by career or prior career, and it's always great to have a review, particularly in terms of the amount of complicated respiratory situations we're dealing with these days. So again, thanks. You ought to teach that class to Debbie students at Texas Heart. So
absolutely, I would love to.
Yeah.
Eric, we're
I
gonna
give her a call. I've got her number.
we're gonna do 2 spins today. There's gonna be Eric, because Eric, you did call in first, even though it wasn't a question, and I know I have that rule, and Kip got kind of screwed. Sorry, Kip, but that's just the way it works. But Min needed the compliment, so we're gonna spin for you, and then we're gonna go forward with Tammy's lecture. And we're gonna, and so I'm gonna need to get your address. We'll reach out to you, get everything we need, but you'll find out what you win at the end of the show. So please be watching, and then we'll get one more caller after Tammy's lecture, and we'll spin it again.
All right.
We'll spin it twice.
Thank you for the great question,
you,
Eric,
Eric.
and thank you for watching and calling.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Do you have your lecture?
You have to airdrop it. You put it on.
Remember what it's called?
Yeah. PerfWeb.
Yeah, you have to help me out here.
PerfWeb Spring Conference.
Okay, I found it.
And it should say circuit
Yeah,
change
that's okay.
out. Yeah, just in case, huh? Okay, I got it.
No, I need to do this.
Okay.
I'm a control freak.
Really?
Yeah.
It was a great lecture.
Thank you.
Excellent. You did an excellent job.
I forgot how much I knew about it.
I am
Yeah,
so
no, like you got smarter by the second, right?
I am very
I needed
proud
it
of
too.
you.
Thank you. Staying up to 3 a.m. helped
Yeah,
out for me.
he said he kept thinking of other stuff he wanted to include.
Just having an add-on. I didn't go to bed till 3 a.m.
Yeah, because he had it.
Good.
And then he kept doing it. And I was like,
Good,
that
you're
always
young.
happens.
You're
I'm
young.
young.
Okay, we're going right into Tammy Sparicino. ECMO circuit changeouts. When and how? I know we're going to argue about this, but go ahead.
Well, not really, because
I'm going to be very quiet.
I
and
set
patient.
it the way I set it up. It's not really. We're not going to argue. Okay, thanks everyone for continuing to stay with us
I
today.
already disagree.
It's Saturday, and we know you have other things to do, but this is going to be a great.
Our final talk.
Yeah, it's the end of the day, and then
it's
we're
going to be great.
Well, let's hope so. It's hard to follow men, but okay. All right, so we're going to be talking today. I'm going to be talking about ECMO circuit changeout. Okay, first, before we talk about the changeout, we just need to talk about, first thing we need to be doing is managing our circuit. How are we going to maximize the life of our disposables? I thought this was kind of cute. The platelets are so cute, and they like to have parties, and you can read for yourself there that, you know, one platelet gets an idea, and then next thing you know, you end up in that last square, and then they're all stuck, and that's a problem for us. Okay, so managing our circuit, the first thing we really need to be thinking about, the most important thing, and I think this is always at the forefront of our worries, is preventing clot. So we can prevent clot, well, we try to prevent clot by having an initial heparin dose into our circuit prime. Some people do, you know, I've heard of 3,000 up to 10,000 units. I know 10,000 sounds a little high, but a lot of times they're putting that in when they're still circulating, and so you're going to lose a lot of that in your bagged volume that you know, throw away. Giving the patient an initial heparin bolus prior to cannulation. We heard John talk about that a little bit yesterday. 3,000 to 5,000 units is usually plenty, and that's both of those things are still really important. Even if you're going to go with a zero heparin anticoagulation strategy, just starting out, making sure that we get a little bit, get a good flush through our circuit, and also allowing the blood to not clot in the cannula while we're trying to get that all situated before we get on bypass and have flow.
I wonder theoretically, if I could just ask you, I wonder if that first pass of that anticoagulation in the beginning doesn't help to prevent the initial flush of blood we have from starting the clotting cascade, and let that first layer, that protein layer, develop.
I think it does.
To sort of a pseudo endothelial.
That's kind of how I've always thought about it, because even before we had, you know, coated everything, just getting that heparin through the first time, it's allowing it a quick pass instead of everything getting stuck right away. Is kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't really have any evidence to back that up, but that's how I've always thought about it. Okay, and then you need to think about your patient anticoagulation, whether you're going to go with heparin, and I know a lot of people have different ranges. I used to manage at a 60 to 80 range PTT, and then we slowly kept dialing it back, and I think a lot of people are now in the range of 40 to 60. You know, being a little bit more conservative, because we've found that especially at higher flows, we really just don't need really high PTTs like we thought we did. Or, of course, some people out there may still be using ACTs, and I think that too, even running the ACTs a little bit lower, you know, less than that 180 to 220 that I think a lot of us were trained on, you know, running it somewhere probably in the like 160 range. You know, if you're VV, are you going to be doing Plavix, aspirin, Lovenox? There's a lot of different options out there, and there's actually quite a few articles that have been published if you're interested in this. And we, for the first time, have started that on a few of our VV ECMOs at one institution, and have gotten a little bit more familiar with that. And so I think it's something everyone should definitely look into. Okay, so still preventing clots here. Now we're going to talk about just a different strategy versus trying to look at it from an coagulation and platelet therapy strategy, but looking at it from just a flow strategy, because we all know that forward flow is going to help prevent stasis, and stasis is where we get the clots. So make sure you're maintaining your flow to your patient at a reasonable level. There's, varying ideas on what is low flow, but, I think anything 2.5 liters or less, you probably need to proceed with caution. Maybe if you're not on anticoagulation, maybe you want to get on some anticoagulation, or if you're running really low anticoagulation, maybe you want to bump it up just a little bit. Of course, you need to maintain your accessory lines, and that includes if you're flushing them, because even if you're not using them, they are going to get some stasis at some point. So you need to make sure that you're drawing back, making sure you don't have any clots, and then flushing them, keeping them clean. That means after blood draws, you've got to flush them. You've got to keep your stopcocks clean. If you need to take a little bit of alcohol and do that sort of cleaning, you don't want to get those flakes, that dried blood, into the stopcock, and the next time you draw, now you got the flake in there, and it's just going to it can stick to the sides of the connectors and things. It can grab onto fibrin, and then you're going to cause yourself a problem. It's real easy to just take those extra steps and maintain your accessory lines. You want to keep your purge lines open. If you have an oxygenator that has that top of the oxygenator purge, even if you don't want to have it full flow, you can go ahead and have it just slight flow and keep that open and clean, because you may need it, one, and two, it's a place where clot can develop. And even if you're not flowing through it and you think, well, the clot is trapped in there, clot is trapped all the way through it. So if you've had it open even once, you've got clot at the bottom to wherever it's connected, and that clot can break off and become a problem. You want to, if you have a bridge in your circuit, I know a lot of pediatrics do this, even some adult programs still have bridges. You want to make sure you're flashing that hourly, you're keeping an eye on any place where you can have stasis. Okay, next we're going to be talking about if we're preventing clot. It's great. Now let's monitor our performance. And that really comes down to doing various circuit checks. Number one thing you need to be doing is you need to be on clot watch. You need to be doing those flashlight inspections, looking at any place that, clot can catch and form. Because it's going to, there's probably some clot in your oxygenator way before you're going to see clot anywhere else. So by you doing these inspections, even though, you're like, hey, the circuit's fine, it's performing fine, it's giving you a clue as to what's going on inside your oxygenator. And that's important. You want to make sure you're maintaining or monitoring your RPMs. Especially with some of these COVID patients, you might be running a little bit different anticoagulation strategy than you're used to. You can get clots. And monitoring those RPMs, of course, you're going to know the amount of force it takes to be able to get through the oxygenator. But you'll also need to be watching them, because you could have clot be forming inside your pump head. This just happened to us, and the RPMs were the first clue that something was going on. And the RPMs were kind of jumping around, but not in a way that you normally see for chatter. They were doing these big swings. So you were at 2,700 RPMs, and for no reason.
It was decoupling.
Yeah, for no reason at all, you had a huge swing. And so that's what I was going to lead into is when you have clot in your pump head, it's going to cause those centrifugal pumps to decouple. Monitor your oxygenator for clot formation too. You need to be looking at that at least every shift. If not more often than that. And if you do have some kind of concern, you have different methods to be able to try to figure that out. If you're lucky enough to have some kind of flow meter like the ELSA monitor, you can measure oxygenator volume to start, and then you can, as you get into your ECMO support run and your oxygenator's getting older, or, really anything, your RPMs are going up and you're trying to figure out why, you can go ahead and run another oxygenator volume test. Now, if you don't have one of those, then of course you can go back to trying to, we don't personally run pre and post pressures anymore. But you could always hook one up. You know, you can put in add to a pigtail a pressure manometer, and you can go ahead and do a manual calculation to figure out your delta P if you have a concern and a reason to do so.
The delta P of greater than 100, right? Is
Yes.
that when you're concerned?
Yeah, that's what's considered acceptable.
Acceptable.
Yeah.
But anything greater than 100, and
Yeah.
you see a trend in.
If you see a trend, and remember, yeah, it's a trending thing. I think the performance of most of the oxygenators out there now, they really do last a long time. So you have a lot of clues that you're going to start having a problem.
You just don't go by that. You look at everything to
Right.
see if the patient actually does need to change out.
Right, just like, you know, with the Dr. Kravinsky was showing us that those oxygenator volumes that he measured. Sure, he had a huge decrease. He must have got a really big clot in there, right? But then it kind of maintained for a little while.
Sure.
It's not usually going to be, I have to do this now.
Didn't warrant an emergent change out.
Right. So it's always better, of course, to have a planned change out.
Right.
There's lots of things that you can do to prep for it and make it a lot safer. But if you're not doing these checks, then there's no way for you to monitor and trend.
It's always easier to do something electively than emergently.
Right.
For sure.
But if you're not monitoring it, you don't know how long
Sorry.
That's okay. You don't know how long you've been collecting clots or having RPM problems. If you're not paying attention to that, or you're not, making an effort to actually look at that, then how are you going to know? Okay. Next, we're going to talk about just gas exchange. I think everyone is still doing sign the oxygenator. At least. I know that used to say it every hour or two, but I just try to do it once a shift. You want to monitor your venous circuit gas, your arterial circuit gas. People have different intervals at which they do those, and that's totally fine. But remember, you have a lot of tools available to you to be able to check the performance of your oxygenator. Monitor how much weeping and foaming you have. You just look at the health of your oxygenator. Know your vent settings. Because maybe, you're monitoring your patient ABGs and they have kind of a swing and you're like, why? Well, if you didn't know your initial vent settings, when you go look at the vent, how are you going to know? Because they don't always announce to us.
When they make changes.
I made a change. I've made it a part of my practice and anytime I'm on shift that I'm going to write down my initial vent settings, and then if I see a change, I can go to the vent and say, oh, look, they changed this. It was a positive effect or it was a negative effect, right? But really, the most important thing in monitoring your performance is monitor your patient's ABGs. That's telling you everything you need to know. And just one quick caution, make sure you know what kind of oxygenator you're using, right? If you're polypropylene or PMP, you need to know, because of course polypropylene can work great. It will last a long time on many, many patients, even 7 days. We have them regularly last that long. But you need to know so that if you have lipids or any lipid-based medication like propofol, it can really contribute to the degradation of your oxygenator. So make
sure the patient is hyperlipidemic.
Yeah, that too.
High lipids.
Yeah.
That can happen as well.
So just keep all of that in mind. All right, so now we've determined, okay, our CO2 is we're maxed out on sweep. We can't go up anymore. The vent settings are where they are, and we can't really, tweak those changes. Or maybe it's our oxygen. Our oxygen is not, the patient's not getting enough oxygen. We've done a circuit gas, and we've decided that the oxygenator's not performing well. Or, it's really weeping. It's just foaming out of its gas exhaust.
That's a bad sign.
It's always a bad sign when it's really just really foamy. Now we've decided we're going to need to do a change. Okay, so let's talk about how to do that change. First off, you need to do a pre-plan. You need to pre-plan a lot. And the first thing that you need to do, in my opinion, for the pre-planning is communication. You need to talk with your other team members, your perfusionist, your bedside nurse, your RT, your attending physician, whether that be the surgeon or the intensivist or the hospitalist or whoever is your main contact for managing this. Everyone needs to know, hey, oxygenator's starting to not perform well. You know, not an emergency, but we need to start thinking about this because, of course, if you're, you know, in a place where you can wean and get off, wean and get off. Or if you're at a place where maybe support's not going so well and this might not be the thing that they're going to be able to survive, that's also communication that everyone needs to know. Or if it's just a regular change out, that way people know so we can start planning. It's always better to plan this at, you know, a shift change with one of your perfusionists or during a non-busy time if you're going to be expecting the nurse and the RT and all of those people to help you. Okay. Second part of pre-plan is to gather your supplies. So personally, I always just prime a new circuit. I know some people might prefer, they don't want to lose that blood volume, they don't want to add that much more crystalloid. You know, that's a personal preference. I don't think it makes that much difference.
Most of it is in the oxygenator.
I know, but I've heard that argument, so I'm just putting it out there. It doesn't matter what you want to do. Prime your circuit, prime your oxygenator.
No, I think it does matter what you do.
I personally like a new circuit. Okay, so then this is just the supplies that...
And I agree.
You agree? Okay. Well,
I agree with you.
I'm so glad. These are the things that we always try to have, and a lot of times we'll have them in just a little change-out bag. We've been doing so many ECMOs lately, and then you just have everything in there, and when you're ready to change out, all you got to do is prime your circuit, right? It's easy. 6 tubing clamps. You really need 4, but I always like to have 2 extra because I'm going to have 2 on my new circuit anyway. Your ChloroPrep or whatever you're going to use to disinfect the area that you're going to be cutting. Of course.
Googles? You need gowns, Googles?
I was corrected to Googles. I should say goggles. All right.
Gowns, Googles, and mask.
Yep, all your PPE. Make sure you're being safe.
I tell you what, sometimes when we clamp those lines, everybody has googly eyes because
true.
it's not going well.
It's true.
Depending on who's doing the change out.
Depending on who's doing the change out.
If I could, yeah, exactly.
Make sure you have sterile gloves. One set. You need to have one person who's going to have sterile hands, if you will. A few sterile towels, if you have those available, those are great. They are really easy to set up your sterile field. If you do not have that, then a small sterile drape, if you can get that. If not, then just do the best you can do. But it really is nice if you can get those sterile towels. Sterile scissors are always my preference. They're much safer, they're quicker, but a sterile blade will work as well. And then depending on your technique, you might need 2 3/8 connectors. And I'll get into technique for that later, but just know that that could be something that you need. You should have it available anyway, because even if you decide to go with the non-connector changeout, something can go wrong, and you might have to abort that, and you need to have the connectors to be able to.
I had to do it the other day.
Yeah, it can happen.
I couldn't get it off the cannula.
So just have it available.
That's why I just go ahead and get connected.
I know
Okay, I'll learn one day.
You want to make sure you have saline fill syringes. Some people just grab the pre-made flushes. I personally don't care for those. I think you have to go through too many, especially if you have a problem with a bubble. You're getting to your other syringe. I just like to get a big syringe and go ahead and fill it with saline. A 30 cc syringe or a couple 20 cc's I think is faster, but really that's a preference. And then marking supplies. It doesn't matter what you use. You want to use tape. We have these great kind of blue gloves in our hospital, so I love those because blue is Venus in my mind, or blue is access. And
not in dialysis.
Well, not in dialysis.
That's right.
But you can be able to mark one of your lines, and I think that is absolutely key. And then if you're a tie bander, then go ahead and have your tie bands. Then you need to have your pre-planned meeting. Okay, so you want to make sure, this I hope goes without me having to point it out, but you need to clear family and visitors. This is not a time, a lot of these patients are so critical, this is not the time you want family and visitors, even just waiting out in the hall. If something goes wrong, that's the last distraction that you need. If you have an ABG that's going to be due soon, go ahead and send it, because you're going to probably have a drop in saturation on these really critical patients, and then when you send one shortly after, it's not, depending on how long you wait, it's not going to be reflective of what's really going on with the patient. You want to ready your area with all your supplies. Do your talk-through rolls. So, Joe and I are going to be doing it. or you and your bedside nurse, that was wrong. We are going to be changing out the oxygenator. Stop giggling. No one even went there till you giggled.
What happened?
Talk about who's going to be the sterile person, who's going to be cutting. You've got to stop. I'm not going to be able to continue. Who is going to be monitoring the patient's pressure? Because, you know, if you're doing the cutting and the filling, someone else needs to have eyes on the pressure and the saturations and make sure what's going on there. Verbalize the step-by-step procedure. So men and I have changed out quite a few oxygenators together, and we always, once we assume whoever's going to be the sterile person, who's going to be the person cutting, they talk through the steps. First, I'm going to cut the venous line, and then I'm going to do this, and it's said out loud. So
Clamp it first.
Yes.
Clamp it.
Yes. Yes. What I really meant was decide if you're going to do venous or arterial first. That's really important. Everyone's on the same page. It'll help you prevent making a mistake. Okay? And then make sure you have a plan for your pressure support and your vent support. Okay, so let's talk about strategies a little bit. This is just a basic diagram of an ECMO circuit, but my strategy, I like to go ahead and, depending on the patient, because some of these COVID patients, we've really had to take to CT a lot, and so actually having a little bit longer lines give you room to have the ECMO machine outside of the CT, and you're not struggling trying to get them in there with your lines being too short. But if you don't have to worry about that, then I go ahead and I get, assuming that the cannula is in the IJ, for example, is here, I'm going to go ahead and right about in this area, that's going to be where I'm making my cuts. That way I don't add too much volume. But again, if you think this is a patient you're going to be transferring a lot, I might do it somewhere over here. Just give you a little bit extra room, okay? Now, if you're wanting to do at the cannula technique, which Joe prefers, I have two just basic ones here. So this is, of course, on this side is the Avalon, and so you would just be making your connection here and here at the connector to the cannula. Now, what's important about, I'll make a note of this, is before you disconnect your lines, make sure you know, first off, how your cannula was placed, and then also what is your inflow and what is your outflow. Now, when it's perfectly placed,
The shorter one is the inflow.
right, when it's perfectly placed, the inflow is pointed up like this, but it is shorter, okay? But sometimes, I think there might be some markings on here actually, but sometimes they have them so deep buried in and it's got, you know, gauze on it and all of these things you really can't see. So just mark it before you disconnect.
In the old days, they didn't. In the old days,
Yeah, they
did
didn't
not have a marker.
But
They didn't have an arrow. They'd have an arrow now,
yeah,
I believe.
but just in case, go ahead and mark it yourself, and then you know. Okay. Now, if you're doing also the same thing, you know, over here. If you're doing you know, inflow and outflow, make sure at the cannula, make sure you look at your cannula sizes and know which is which, and just go ahead and make a mark. Do something so that you're not confused, because that's the last time you want to be last thing you want to be worried about when you've already clamped and disconnected. Okay. Now, if you are want to take off at the cannula, you need to make sure of how you are actually securing the lines to the patient. If you use stat locks, kind of depending on where you have them, it's going to be hard to get it out of there, and so that's probably not going to be your best plan if your stat lock is really close to the connector. Okay, if your stat lock's down here, it'll be a lot easier, and you could certainly do something like that. Same thing when you're on the Avalon. Some of the doctors are really securing these, and they're almost hidden with all of the kinds of, you know, they might have pressure gauze and all these things. So make sure that you can really get in there and be able to put your hands on there to be able to maneuver getting the tubing off.
Okay, I'm just going to change and just do it with connectors from now on.
Okay, well, I'm just putting that out there. So I covered everything, right? All the problems that you can run into with doing that.
Yeah, I think that if you can't get it off, you can't get it off. I usually will try to manipulate it a little bit to see how tight or loose
How much
it
give it
is.
has. How much give it has.
If it doesn't have any, then I just abort that. The other option is to just take a 10 blade, you come off, you just put a little pressure on it, and it just peels right off. It comes off so easily. It just depends on what you prefer, and
what
how
you're comfortable with.
how much redundancy in the lines you want, and how you set it up. But
Okay, so now we've done all our pre-planning. We've got all of our people. We've talked about what we're going to do. Now we're ready to do it. So we're going to change out here's the change out steps. So you're, ready, set, go, right? But we're just at the ready, set right now. So make sure you have enough people to help. Make sure you have a sterile hands person and a non-sterile. At minimum, you need 2 people to really do this well and quickly.
Safely.
Safely, yeah. Go ahead and support your patient with 100% FiO2 vent and ECMO. If your patient is very pressure dependent, they're very flow dependent, go ahead and give them just a little bit of a bolus, okay? This is why getting your nurse involved is a great idea, because you've got all the tools that you need to be able to keep the patient as stable as possible for while you're doing this. Go ahead and put on your PPE, identify your drainage or venous tubing, mark it with something on the new one and on the old one. It's an incredibly important step.
Okay.
Create, Joe, I've seen it done wrong. Create your sterile field with your towels or drapes. Have your sterile perfusionist chloroprep tubing area to be removed or cut. Position the original tubing over the sterile field and the new tubing with careful placement. So lay your old venous and your new venous next to each other. Lay your arterial or inlet next to the other inlet. And then verbalize again which line will be cut and connected first. Okay? Now you're ready to go. Note your time. Proceed with the double clamping or of the lines, or if you're doing a cannula. Cut the line only one at a time. Fill the saline, with an airless connection, of course. Connect it, repeat, and cut and fill for your other line. Verify correct connections before you unclamp, because you can still take them off if you have to. Trace your lines to your oxygenator and your circuit. Unclamp lines and note time. Verify your color change. Look at your saturations. Make sure they're starting to rise. And then go ahead and tighten all your connections, tie band if desired, and secure the lines to the bed or the patient, however you like to do that. We are a really efficient team at doing it. I guess we do it enough that it's kind of become, we've got the steps down. We can usually have it done in around a minute to a minute and a few seconds, pretty quick. So even the most critical patients can usually rebound pretty quickly with that kind of time change. But if you need to take an extra 30 seconds or a minute, do it to verify all that stuff. I have seen one hooked up backwards. And then you just have to clamp again, and now you have to disconnect again, and now you're nervous and you're sweating and all of that. And remember, the clot is our enemy, but he is also our friend because he keeps us from bleeding. That's it.
Okay, very good.
Good.
Excellent work. John? John?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Give us some thoughts on that. And let's open the phone line. Yeah, we got the phone lines open, I see. And somebody call in, okay, because we're going to spin. So you got to call in to win a prize, and we can discuss this. John, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I have a few comments on that because we do a lot of twin cuts. So that was a good review, Tammy. Number one thing for people listening, I have a golden rule if I go into a traveling hospital, and we have a golden rule here, and that is no one changes the vent without consulting with perfusion and letting us know. Because I've run into that before, where I come back into the room and everything is, my blood gases are completely out of whack, and that's because the respiratory therapist decided, according to their protocols, that the vent needs to be changed. And so we have no allowance for somebody to change the vent. Even CCM will change the vent without talking to us. Because if we don't work together, we're both oxygenating and ventilating the patient. One can't do one pull one way and one pull the other way. But for sure, you want the vent settings as low as possible, right, for rest and recovery of the lungs.
Absolutely.
But the other thing is I've done an awful lot of change-outs, and I did not know people were disconnecting it from the cannula like you guys do. I've never seen that.
I don't.
Not me.
Not me. Not us.
Oh, okay, because I didn't know we were allowed to be grabbing onto the cannulas and pulling things off and plugging things back on, but I guess if they allow that. So it just seems to me, though, well, we have several feet of additional tubing on the old circuit. If we're going to put an extra circuit on, we're going to add the luxury of making our future transport much easier. So we lay 2 or 3 feet of the old tubing and just clamp, cut, and connect and go right away. It's so simple and easy. And you can do it right about the abdomen level of the patient. We have no qualms whatsoever about adding an extra length of tubing. I mean, you're adding the surface area that you're adding is 95% of it's in the oxygenator. A foot or two of tubing, in our minds, is making absolutely no difference whatsoever.
Do you ever just change out the oxygenator itself?
No.
Yeah.
Well, only on a, well, no, not really, no. Yeah. Even if it's just a quadrox, we're still going to have at least 3 or 4 foot of tubing, maybe less.
Yeah.
We could do it with less. We do it with a foot or two. But then you're doing it, on the bracket. You might have to put a sterile field either on the floor or very near the floor. So we have done that, but adding usually if we prime a quadrox separately, it'll have only a foot of tubing on it. And we always use connectors ready to go, just 2 connectors. And I can show you, it'd be too hard to describe on this talk today, that you don't have to use a bulb syringe or a saline syringe at all to make your wet connections. There's a real easy way of doing it. And it doesn't even require additional person, actually.
Oh, okay.
Very good. I think we have a caller.
Thanks, John.
Hello, you're on the air. Hello? You're on the air? Hello? Is anybody there? We have a phone caller, but I can't hear you. Okay. So, hello, go ahead.
Jeff.
Hey, Jeff.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Good. Hey, that was good talk by Tran and Tran did a good talk too. I just want to add to, for people listening, whatever, just additional information. So when we would look at oxygenator performance, we would test it at 100%. If we had any questions, then we would have checked the performance of the oxygenator. We were ventilated at 100% oxygen, 10 liters a minute of gas flow, and after about 5 minutes, we take a gas on it, and we look at target parameters. So if the outlet CO2 was less than 200, or the CO2 of the oxygen was less than 150, so we would determine adequate O2 uptake, and we would switch it out based on that. Or if the CO2 was greater than 40 on the outlet, or the delta CO2 from pre and post membrane was less than 10, we would change it out at that too. We have like target change out parameters with respect to gas exchange performance.
Yeah.
So that's kind of, because some people say take post oxygen or gas, like, okay, we take it, what are you looking for? What are our change out parameters for, gas exchange, adequate gas exchange?
Yeah, that's actually an excellent point that I did not specify. When you're testing your post-oxygenator circuit gas, you absolutely, no matter what you can draw one at whatever FiO2 the ECMO is set at to support your patient. Maybe you're at 75% because you're starting to wean.
Yeah.
But you also need to set it at 100% and then draw that as well. That's a good point. I did not point that out.
Yeah, we always look like how much reserve does this oxygenator have? And maybe, because over time you see we're going up on sweet gases, we're less efficient at clearing CO2, and then we would just ventilate at max settings and see how much reserve this thing has. We currently may be at FiO 201 or at 70% or whatever. So like we have room to go on the FiO2, we have room to go on the sweet. But how much reserve do we have, and how much longer may or may not the same last, whatever. So we try to gauge that at ventilating at max settings. But yeah. I mean, it's something to think about,
Yeah.
Well, Jeff, let me ask if I can, and I'm going to shamelessly plug my app, But do you have our app? Because if you don't, you should get it. You go to iTunes.
Oh, no, I
Okay.
have it.
You have our
I
app?
use it every
Okay.
day to calculate
So
my, yeah, I use it every day to calculate my,
your pump stuff.
Perfusion
PSA
counts.
and my-
Right.
Yeah.
But in
my
that
stuff like that.
app, right, but in that app is also O2 transfer. So you can
Yeah, yeah,
calculate your O2 transfer, and then you can look at the oxygenators MFU, your nomograms for what you should be transferring, what it's rated at, and then you know if your
Right.
oxygenator is
It's performing.
achieving how it's performing, and then you actually know.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
you can see what percent capacity is at, you know.
Yeah.
You should give that app to some of your children. You know, they probably could use that for Christmas. Great Christmas present.
Well, thank
One
you.
other thing, do you have any critical, like, delta P that you, I mean, a lot of people are, like, say, 70, 80 delta P. You have a critical delta P you're looking at, or is this
Less than
get
a,
to a point where you can't effectively flow because
Yeah.
you got this high pressure?
yeah.
Right.
I always kind of use the guide, although we don't regularly monitor pressures. But I mean, I have checked if I've gotten concerned about something or something was going on with the patient and we think they're maybe hypercoagulable. Just
Right.
delta P under 100, you know.
Sure.
But if your
Yeah.
delta P is over 100 and the trend just keeps increasing,
Yeah.
over time
Right.
or over a day, then that is probably conclusive that
Yeah.
you have some resistance.
But there was a fella, and I'm trying to remember his name, and it's terrible that I can't remember his name, and I hate that about myself when I start forgetting people's names. I guess it's a part of being old. I'm going to look it up. But he did an incredible talk, and it was at the THI program, the THI Perfusion School program. It was a few years ago. And you can have as much as 60%, if I remember correctly, and I'm pretty sure about this, of clot burden in your oxygenator and still not have a critical delta P. So I think that...
Yeah, I've seen that draining these things. At the end of a case, you drain it, I'm like, holy shit, this thing is like...
Yeah, if you ever wash it through, wash it through, yeah.
You never even knew.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so I think that, that's, not, I'm not plugging, I'm not trying to plug, whatchamacallit?
The ELSA?
The ELSA meter. Yeah, I'm not trying to plug the ELSA meter, but, measuring intra-oxygenator blood volume is, really an important thing and a very positive thing to do. Roger DeLong. I knew I'd have to look him up. Roger DeLong, yeah. It really, he gave a really interesting...
I had a question. So you said you don't measure the delta P. Currently, do you at least measure membrane pressure?
Measure
You
what?
don't measure any pressure.
No, we don't
No.
measure any pressures, no.
Huh?
No
No.
pressures. We don't measure any pressures.
Yeah, so we used to do that. I took it up twice now. We kept cardio, so I switched jobs. But anyways, I worked at a place before. We did same thing. We didn't monitor any pressures. We had a C-man quadrant set up. And we took a guy who was on DV ECMO, took him down to everything's running fine. Took the guy down, CT scan, took him back up to the room, and then as soon as we got in the room, the guy went down support maybe like 2 days, right? We get in the room and we're having to go up on RPM and the phone's dropping. I'm like, what the hell, or whatever. Like, oh, we just got back to CT scan, maybe the analog cannula, moved, or positional problem here. We got a kink in the line because this got that transport style, put them on, CT table back and forth. Thing checked out, and right before our eyes, the flow was dropping rapidly, RPMs were going up. We had no circuit monitoring, so now we got diagnosed, what the hell is going on? So we hurried up and put a pre-pressure on, and we're almost tapped out on RPM at this point, and our pre-membrane pressure was over 500.
Oh,
So
wow.
we're like, oh, we
Wow.
have an oxygenator flaw.
Yeah.
We had to do an immersion change out right then, change out, and then as soon as it changed out, it was fine. And then from that point on, we're like, okay, we got to monitor pressure. We just got burned.
Mm-hmm.
And but that same patient, we had him on for 3 weeks, we went through 4 quad rocks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before we could run a quad rock for 2 weeks on one case, one quad rock.
He was obviously hypercoagulable.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
extremely
We just got
hypercoagulable.
burned.
Yeah.
Yeah. But see, that's the
COVID patients are hypercoagulable. So I mean, you guys are doing a lot more than I've been doing COVID patients, but I know that COVID patients are more hypercoagulable. I would be concerned.
We've had a few.
Personally, rather.
We've had a few,
But,
but it depends on too on your management strategy. We're sitting bedside the entire time, so we really have a handle on what's going on. You know, you're looking at your RPMs. You're in there, helping wedge the patient, not wedge the patient, and all of these different things. And so, I think we're really in tune. I'm not saying we couldn't have something like that happen, but we are right on top of that, and we don't have an entire floor to manage. I know some places have to do it that way, so we're able to, we can get busy, but for the most part, we have a couple patients at a time, and we can kind of really spend some time in each room, and so I think that helps too.
I think so too.
Yeah, I was curious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We never worried about it, and then we got burned. We're like, whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I think there's some important concepts, and one is the one that Roger had taught, which is, even if you had been monitoring delta P, you may not have seen it. And I think we all know this intuitively, from experience, that clot begets clot. And you'll start building this clot burden up, and then just all of a sudden it goes from, let's say, 40 or 50 or 60% to bam, 100% or 90% all at one time. And I think that's why, it's like Tammy Slide, that you see the platelets are having a party. And, clot begets clot. I mean, that's just, I think that's just known. And so, John, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I have a few things to say about that. I know that a lot of people run ECMO systems like the Quadrox and others where you're really not monitoring really any of your pressures at all. And it's very common, and you get away with it an awful lot. But when you go to a system, I'm not endorsing anything one or the other, but when we evolved from when the CardioHelp came out and became very widespread, and we had all these things that we were monitoring, that actually our thoughts were, why do we need any of this? We don't need to know all this stuff. We were fine the way it was. And then a circuit suddenly clots off. And we raced in and changed the circuit out, and it was still clotted off. And that's because it was clotted off at the cannula. So when you're not monitoring pressures, you have no idea where the circuit clots off. It could be a complete venous, it could be an oxygenator, or it could be arterial. But with the pressures, it'll tell you exactly where your clot off problem is.
Pre or post,
if you have an extremely high negative venous, it's in the venous cannula. If you have an extremely high tree membrane with a high delta P, it's oxygenator. And if you have a high tree and post oxygenator, it's in the arterial line cannula. And so we changed out a whole entire system, and lo and behold, didn't solve the problem.
Right.
You don't know where the pressures are. And actually, we were monitoring pressures, but no one looked at them fast enough to decipher it. So it works out okay until you have a sudden change and you go racing in to do something, and it's not the problem. So.
Yeah. I think, I think that, something acute that happens acutely is going to be probably not seen, like what you're describing.
You can control it.
I think that, I don't think it's bad. I don't have an issue with people that do, but I think if you're, and you're in a different environment, you're one guy managing a whole floor, and of course you have the specialists that are there, and they're 1 to 2 or whatever they are, however you guys are, 2 to 1, whatever the ratio is that you're using, and other people use different ratios. But in our particular circumstance, we're so aware. We are checking we have our RPMs. We are looking at our flows. When there's a change in something, then we're exploring why that change occurred. And so, the more you add, not that it's bad, I'm not saying it's bad, but for our system, of course, we don't use the CardioHelp, and I don't think you have the CardioHelp on all of your patients, or most places don't. They're very expensive, and they use different versions of the same tool, right? but you keep adding more and more things to it, there's more areas of failure. And so you sort of have to weigh your risk and benefit ratio. So I think either way you do it has advantages and disadvantages, and you have to consider your practice and then make decisions based on your risk benefit scale. So nobody's wrong to do it one way or another, in my view, but each has advantages and disadvantages, and you have to not look at it in a vacuum, but consider it in your overall practice behavior, practice guidelines, or your practice routine, if you will.
Agreed.
Yeah, we use all of them. We have plenty of quadroxes running. We have plenty of cardio helps running. Occasionally, even something else that comes along, we'll start using that and see. But it's interesting to see the difference is with the quadrox, you feel like they're not monitoring anything, and then with the cardio help, you're almost overkill. So it's kind of interesting to see, and sometimes it can backfire. The surgeons have said, why are you looking at all that? It's running fine. We don't. If you didn't have all those monitors on there, you wouldn't know that was happening.
Well, I'm going to tell.
And strangely enough, there's a little bit of truth to that, actually.
You bring up that's a very good point, and that's a very true statement. I'm going to close this out with just a quick story, if I may, and then we're going to go right to the wheel. Sir, you have another caller?
He's still here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jeff. Forgive me. You're still there.
Did we answer all your questions, or you gave us all your comments that you?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for calling in. And
Thanks, Jeff. We're going to do a spin for you. So I've got.
I got an answer.
Say again.
You got an answer.
Okay, good.
Oh, good.
Well, you get a legitimate spin. So Jeff Campbell. So we're going to do Eric and Jeff. Okay,
Yep.
so I'm going to need to get your address, Jeff, so I can send you what you win. Unless you win extra call, then I don't have to send you anything.
Okay.
So which you could win that. So you're going to make sure.
You got something you can take my call then?
I might. You know what? I'll invite you down. Come and we'll have a crawfish party. It's not crawfish season anymore. It's kind of coming to an end. But certainly next year when we start open again, you need to come down. That's what you really should do. In fact, you should. You're up in Detroit or Chicago or something, aren't you? Ohio.
Toledo. I'm in Toledo.
Oh, Toledo.
It's cold. It's miserable. Why don't you just relocate to Houston?
Now here's your chance to say, and we're hiring.
And we're hiring. Okay, yeah.
I'm getting recruited. Not recruited to try to get me to go to Chattanooga. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Better,
Hey, I don't know, man. I think Houston's way better than Chattanooga. Okay, so Tennessee's just, come on.
Come on. Come on. Oh, thanks for calling in. Do we need to have him back to Magic to get information, or?
No, well, I know, Jeff. We're good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
So we'll figure all of this out.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, so I'm going to just very quickly tell the story. I was in Belize. We were supposed to do 2 hearts. The first heart I set up, we did the case. I set the second pump up for the second case, and I knew there was something missing. I was like looking at this thing going, I know I'm missing something. And I just couldn't, you know how you know you're missing something. And I couldn't figure out what it was. But then finally I realized it. And I was like, oh, hell. Because they were using the old Medtronic flow probe that was the connector you had to put in to put it on it.
Yeah.
I remember those.
And and I couldn't find one. There were none. So I said, listen, I don't think this is a good idea. I don't think we should do this case.
Yeah.
You don't know where you're going.
Yeah.
Oh, what a nightmare.
And
You
so
put your
somebody.
hand on the tubing.
Yeah, well.
High flow, low flow.
So, it doesn't work that way. That's just pressure. So, next thing I know, somebody came and handed me the phone and said, it's Dr. Robacek. He wants to talk to you. And if you don't know Dr. Robacek, he's an old Hungarian, talks like that, very low voice.
Okay.
And he was a really interesting guy. He's unfortunately deceased. He was one of our award recipients. You remember Dr. Robacek?
I remember.
And he's like, Joe, what the hell's the problem? We did cases forever without flow probes. Why do you need a flow probe? I said, well, Dr. Robacek, that was when you had roller pumps, so you knew.
Yeah.
No, that's just ridiculous. You can tell the patient they have the blood pressure. I mean, if they don't have blood pressure, you don't have any flow. I said, yeah, but they could be giving drugs and making the, so you're telling, oh, Joe, I just don't understand. All these new perfusionists, and they're talking to me, So like, I understand, sir. Okay, so we'll go ahead and cancel the case. So they cancel the case.
So we were way too dependent on all our devices, right?
Dude,
Just
I wasn't doing...
make the dark blood red.
I wasn't doing an elective case in a foreign country without a flow probe with a centrifugal pump. I don't care. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm pretty bold.
You're pretty bold.
You are bold.
But I'm not that bold,
That's crazy.
There's a lot of old perfusionists and there's a lot of bold perfusionists. There's not a whole lot of old bold perfusionists, so you got to know your limits. They say that about pilots.
Yeah.
Okay, we're ready to do the spin?
Yep, let's do it.
One more question.
Oh, we have another one?
On YouTube?
Oh.
I see it. I agree with John, too. Jeff Campbell agrees with you, John. I disagree with both of you. Okay, are we ready?
Would you back away from the spinner?
Oh. Wait, we're not ready.
Oh, we're not ready? We're ready.
Oh, we're ready. Okay, we're ready? Wait, okay.
I need the thumbs up, Magic.
David?
Okay, who is this for? Is this for Eric or is this for Jeff?
This is for, Eric was first, so this is for Eric. We already got Mike. He's a $25 gift card. This is the first, this is really the official first Tammy Sparicino Journal Club Casino spin.
Oh, no, click.
Oh, he gets the grand prize, a $50 Visa card.
All right.
You spin it, you pay it. Okay, this one's
that's going
for,
on my expense report.
This one's for Jeff Campbell.
Like Wheel of Fortune.
Oh my gosh, don't click. No.
Oh,
Jeff gets extra call.
I cannot support that.
My God. Jeff gets extra call.
That's terrible.
Tammy, how could you do that to Jeff?
I didn't create
Why
this
did
wheel.
you do that
One for
to
two,
him?
one for two,
You
Jeff.
don't like Jeff? Jeff, you get a second spin.
I
Jeff
don't
gets
like
a second
I don't
spin.
like that. Who put the extra call? That's terrible.
I did. You gotta make it. Oh, he gets an extra spin. That was pretty funny,
Here's
though.
another game.
He's gonna get it again.
Oh no.
No! Outback! Hey, all right, you get a $25 Outback gift card. Okay, so it'll at least pay for one of those dinners. Okay, because now Outback's so expensive, probably only going to buy you a couple of drinks these days. It used to be $25, bought your whole family and their family dinner, your in-laws as well.
He's old.
Not anymore.
It hadn't been that
Jeff
way.
said, go figure. No, Jeff, we got something good coming for you. And John, great idea. Look at that. Look at the way David's doing that down there. How do you do that, dude? Dude, I'll tell you
fancy.
what. This has been awesome. This has been incredible. Great time. Where I know we're going to cut it a little short. I've got to go watch ECMO. You guys have to go do something, I know. John's got to go take care of patients. I know we're ending a little early, but I promise you I will make it up to you as we move forward. We've been late a couple of days, made up a lot of the time. All the credit's still available and stuff. I think time-wise, we're really not that far off. And I think we're just going to tell everybody to have a great afternoon. We love you all. We appreciate it, and we'll see you on the. Let me see. We got a journal club coming up.
Yeah, it's
I got to find it though.
it's May 3rd.
Journal Club and Knowledge Nuggets. That's right. Thank you.
When's the next one, guys? When's the next one?
May 3rd.
May 3rd, not next week?
Right.
Okay.
No, there's one this month.
Oh, there
Okay.
is?
Hold on,
Next
everybody
week,
relax.
no?
Oh, yeah.
Everybody calm down.
Stand
Joe
down.
is looking it up.
Stand down. You're right. There is
So
one this
while
month.
he's doing
Magic,
that,
the website is very
I'm gonna get
slow.
hold of my friend Joe, who makes those custom perfusion T-shirts, sweatshirts, and
PerfWeb.
hats. They're fabulous, and we're going to replace that extra
Go, so
fold
go
with
to it.
T-shirt,
Yay!
sweatshirt, and
Yeah.
hat, and it'll be. It says, perfusionist, we give your heart a rest. Isn't it awesome?
Oh, that is great. I love it.
I love it. Can you throw that up?
So we have
David,
one Thursday.
on the screen. So yeah, we have one coming up this Thursday.
Guess I better write
Hold
it.
on, David's going to throw it on the screen. There it is. We have heparin-free veno-venous. No, that was I thought we just did that one. No, that's the wrong one. You got to go to the next one.
MediWeb, we did that. That's
We've
MediWeb.
done that one.
You got to do the knowledge nuggets and the journal club.
That's the one I have on there. Oh, that's a
that's a
that
review.
Was that's different.
Different. John,
Yes.
yeah. Okay, because so John gave a presentation on it, but I'm just
Yes.
reviewing an
There it's
article.
coming
doing
right
a
there in
journal
green,
club.
in green.
Yeah.
There it's coming up. in
But I
green.
think that's going to be great.
That's it.
It's going to tag on to the conversation, and then your knowledge nuggets is going to be on bivalrudin
Yeah.
or Angiomax.
Yeah.
And so I think these are going to be great. We'll see you on Thursday at 5 p.m. That's all I have to say. Tammy, Min, John, so let's just go around the table. Tammy, you're next.
Well, thank you everyone for staying with us, joining us. It was a lot of fun. Special thank you to all of our panelists and speakers that we had here, and wishing Dr. Gravinsky a very safe flight back to Russia. His talk was fascinating today, and thanks for inviting me, as always, to be a part of this. John, thank you for joining us. Min?
Hey, thank you guys for. Hey, Joe, I just want to say thanks. You put on an incredible quality show every time, quality studio. This was all your idea several years ago. It's just amazing how it's mushroomed into such a. I mean, I'm getting emails from all over the world on my website for the Knowledge Nuggets. I know you guys get phone calls and chats from all over the world now. It's just amazing. I think the perfusion education family is just growing, and it's a lot of fun.
It is, Min.
Thank you for allowing me to be a part of this.
You did a great job,
It
by
was
the way.
awesome.
Thank you. I'm glad. I hope everyone had a lot to take home from it, and thank you, John, for your work and what you're doing all the way over there in Key West, and Joe and Tammy. You guys are just every time I come on the show, there's something new.
Yeah.
So I
We
look
had
forward
some.
to
I thought today, and I
It was
thought
good.
yesterday with the ethics was outstanding. John, of course, all of your contribution. I think your review of heparinless or minimal to no anticoagulation ECMO was excellent, just incredible. But I do need to say one last thing, and I don't mean I really wanted to end with you guys. Magic, could you come here? And I know David hates to come here, but David, would you please come over here?
Nope.
David won't come. Magic, you need to come over here. No, Magic, you need to come here,
We
man.
need
Seriously.
the production staff.
You need to come
And
over
you need to
here.
bring some potato juice. Let's throw it.
So, yeah, we have some potato juice. So, David is over there. He refuses to get on camera.
He's
He is
shy.
not going to do it. But he is the guy that does all of this fancy stuff that you see from a production graphics perspective. And he deserves so much credit for everything he's done to make this what it is, what it looks like. Because, I say this all the time, it's not enough to be good, you got to look good
Can
or
anyone
no
read
good.
that? It says David.
And so, I think there's David, right?
There's David.
And this is Magic. Magic is an information technologies, computer science engineer genius when it comes to being able to make this feed go out and not blow the box up. And for David to be able to do everything he does requires a lot of moving parts. And he has soldered circuit boards together and done all kinds of stuff that you can't even begin to imagine to make this studio operate. So my compliments to David over there, my compliments to Magic over here.
Very nice.
Thanks for making us all look as good as we do.
Yeah.
Now, if you just stay here a little longer and not run out all the time. All right. Thank you all very much. We'll see you on Thursday.
Thank you everybody
Bye-bye.
for watching.
Bye.
Bye, guys. Thanks, guys.
The ELSA
Bye, John.
monitor is Transonic's extracorporeal life support assurance monitor that helps objectively assess the efficiency of ECMO therapy, which helps to improve your ECMO outcomes. By using gold standard transit time ultrasound technology, ELSA verifies delivered blood flow, quantifies recirculation, and trends oxygenator clotting, allowing perfusionists to provide the ideal ECMO delivery for their patients. ELSA is an easy-to-use, non-invasive way to measure recirculation in VV ECMO without blood sampling. ELSA also helps perfusionists improve bedside decision-making for COVID-19 ECMO patients. Start maximizing ECMO efficiency. Let the ELSA monitor help your surgeons, intensivists, and patients while safeguarding your ECMO program at the same time. Transonics ELSA monitor.